Well, just speak for yourself.
The members too hot?
Yes, please do.
What should the temperature be?
About 17, 16, 17.
Do we know what it is?
About 23.
I don't
Right,
know.
go on. You can take your jacket off if you want.
I think, Chair, I think the problem is that one man's heat is another man's poison.
Right, good morning, members, ladies and gentlemen, officers. Welcome to today's meeting of the Scrutiny Commission. This meeting is being webcast live to the public. For those not able to watch the footage live, the webcast will be available for viewing on the County Council's website after the meeting. As is usual, can I just remind members and officers to switch the microphone on when speaking and then turn it off when you've finished. I've received no apologies for today's meeting. Item 1, appointment to chairman. Members are asked to note that I've been appointed as chairman of the Scrutiny Commission in accordance with Article 6.05 of the County Council's Constitution. It's worth mentioning here, once we've told people about the webcast microphones, that the meeting is expected to adjourn for lunch after the Planning Obligations Policy Review and then reconvene at 2 o'clock for the LLEP. I'm sorry, there seems to have been some misunderstanding about this because the Leader of the Council was due to join that discussion, but he can't be here this afternoon. So I would have moved the agenda round, but I can't do that because the LLEP people are in another meeting in this building dealing with bids. So it just doesn't work, I'm afraid. Item 2, election of vice chairman. I would like to invite nominations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to propose Mrs. Rosita Page.
And I'll second that, thank you.
Second that. Okay. Any other nominations? No. Can we just all... Well, we don't need to vote because there are no other nominations. Mrs. Page is duly appointed. Minutes of the meeting held on the 10th of April. I propose that the minutes of the meeting held on the 10th of April are taken as read, confirmed and signed. Are you all agreed? Thank you. Item 4, question time. I've not received any questions. Item 5, nor have I received any questions from members. Item 6, there are no urgent items on today's agenda. And then item 7, declarations of interest in respect of items on the agenda. I understand that Mr. Richardson is an LLEP director. You will need to declare a personal interest.
Not yet.
Ah.
But I will be shortly. But I will declare an interest. So it's going through the process
Right.
of appointing me as a LEP director.
Okay, it's not prejudicial, is it? It's just a personal. Okay.
And it is shown on my members' declaration of interest, which I've just...
Okay. Any other interests? Do we need to declare block dual-hatted members, given that the LLEP issues? Would that be
Yes.
advisable?
Yeah.
We're happy to do that.
Yep.
Dual-hatted members. Declarations of the party whip. There are none. Presentation of petitions. Item 9. I've not received any petitions in respect to this meeting. So that takes us to item 10, the Corporate Complaints and Compliments Annual Report. And Director of Corporate Resources is here, Simon Parsons, and Roderick O'Connor, Assistant Director. Who would like to kick off, gentlemen?
Chair, I shall. Good morning. Chair, I'm going to work on the basis, I see there's quite a long agenda, I'm going to work on the basis that everyone has actually been through the main report. So I'll just introduce the report and let Simon take us through the salient points that we've pulled out in the cover report. It is worth just going back into history. We actually have been bringing the complaints procedure that was adopted by the authority in April 2010 on an annual basis to scrutiny. At that moment in time, we took the complaints procedures which sat in each of the departments and brought them together. And the hope is that we've built on that in terms of consistency, producing information and also applying learning across the organisation. What the report doesn't mention, but it's just worth saying in passing, is that we've also incorporated into that team FOI requests with the same aim of improving performance and having consistency. The team actually covers and coordinates complaints for 3 key areas: the adult social care statutory process, the children's social care statutory process, and the corporate complaints processes, which effectively are complaints relating to all other services, and that's what the report is going to cover. So I'll just hand over to Simon to take us through some of the key points.
Thank you, Roderick. So to start with the overall comment on volume. So during 2018-19, we saw a 21% increase in complaints during the year to 324, and this is followed 2 years of fairly negligible increases. So there is a little bit of volume increase there. Some of that is driven by genuine increases, and I'll talk a little bit about some of those areas shortly. But also just worth mentioning that we have continued to do work on ensuring the discipline around capturing all complaints, and that will be a factor at play here as well. Some of the key areas driving the volume increase are detailed on pages 20 and 21 of your papers, but I'll comment briefly on some of these. The principal one I kind of want to mention is the rise of special educational need related complaints, and that's probably the area of most significant change during the last year, and an area that's continuing to rise through the first quarter of 2019-20. I've put some context around the overall numbers of educational healthcare plans that are in place, and set against those which all and they're reviewed annually. So and each time presents a potential for complaints to arise. So set against those numbers, still relatively low, but nonetheless, there are a number of examples emerging during the year of similar themes around communication, managing timescales, quality of responses, and importantly, some linkages with other teams, particularly in those areas where children are outside of an education provision for whatever reason, that there are some things that we do need to improve there. The director's fully briefed on all of these issues, and I'm working closely with her to generate the required improvements. Some will be easier than others to fix, so some around increasing capacity will be relatively short-term and are progressing well. Others need more in-depth kind of process kind of reviews, but our transformation unit are assisting with that. The second highest area that's volume in the year is actually an interesting example of where the volume itself is not always the right indicator to focus on. So it's waste management ones, and by their nature they're often they're fairly low level in nature complaints, and they're often simply around policy decisions. So a high number of those are simply around charging for waste and those sort of things. Still important to obviously capture those, but they're less where we've done something wrong, rather that the policy in place is the issue at hand that residents are uncomfortable with. Nonetheless, there are some areas where we can still improve arrangements around, particularly around advice and information that's out there, and the consistency of that which have been shared with the department. The other area I want to comment on really is the success during 2018-19 in driving down complaints in the highways area. And that's traditionally, in the last few years that I've presented this report, has always featured fairly high up in terms of the numbers, and it's been replaced this year by others. Now, some of that is undoubtedly weather related, in terms of particularly in the drainage area. We didn't have a wet season, so in correlation, you get less complaints around there. But there are also definite improvements in how the organisation and department are dealing with quickly resolving matters and preventing costly escalation into the formal complaints process. Importantly, some new roles that have been put in place in the Environment and Transport Department to help coordinate some of those early resolutions are certainly playing an impact there, along with an improved interface with the Customer Service Centre in terms of just ensuring routine defects are quickly moved through the system. Compliance in terms of timeliness of responding to complaints is an area that we're always keen to focus on, and that remains healthy and further improved during 2018-19 to 71% that were resolved within 10 working days, which is really quite good performance and provides members with good evidence of the organisation's commitment to prompt resolution. Importantly, we also saw a reduction during last year in cases where the Ombudsman, the Local Government and Social Care Ombudsman, opened inquiries. We saw a 23% decrease in that number last year. And just 2 adverse decisions that we received around the corporate non-social care services during the year. And those are set out on page 29 of your papers. Importantly, we've also, over the last couple of years, tried to focus on more rigour around capturing compliments. It's always important to bring balance to this sort of report around recognising that there's a lot of good work that goes on as well. Typically we haven't always been as good at capturing that as we have complaints. So we've done some work with departments around that, and I'm pleased to see that number going up. 241 recorded last year, which provides good balance around the wider services. I think those are the key messages from this report. So just to conclude, the report highlights good performance against timescales of responding to complaints despite the volume increase, and really just highlights one area that as an organisation we need to make targeted improvements on, which is the special educational needs area. But welcome any comments on the report.
Yeah, okay, we'll take some questions focusing on those areas where clearly there are issues that have been raised and complained about. On the special education needs then, you say you're in discussion with the director about addressing those. I mean, one of the things as a member I receive is the lack of timely responses to information. So even if it's not the decision or the news that the parent's looking for, just not to hear anything is very, very frustrating. And even when, as a member, I've tried to escalate that, still don't seem to get a response. So can you say a bit more? Is this a resourcing issue in that area? What is being done to address, to make, because we do have standards for responding to the public on information?
Yeah, absolutely. There are some issues around timeliness and responding. So in terms of some things that are being done, there is a number of vacancies in the SEN officer posts, and has been for probably 12 months, coupled with a number of agency appointments, which some have been very good, others less so. So what I know from my recent conversations with the director is that by July this year, all of those posts will be back to fully establishment, and that will play a significant difference in terms of being able to respond in a timely fashion. There also are some increased capacity from an administrative area, which will help enable the officers to be engaged more with parents on dealing with the requests, rather than spending their time uploading assessments and files and navigating around the system. So those are some of the key things that we should start to see improvements very shortly on.
Can I add to that as well, Chair, that some of those delays have actually been have been due to handoffs across different teams, different sections within the area, and Jane Moore has got plans in place to actually improve that.
Now, on the household waste, I noted that some of them were about alleged unhelpfulness by staff. Now, this service was originally run by a contractor, and then in the last 12 months has come in-house. Now, I would expect to see that improve when people look at a stakeholder and they work for the council. So I'm a bit concerned about that, and presumably this is a training issue. It's not a high number in terms of the operation of the whole sites, but even so, it's a bit concerning that our own staff, people are saying that they were unhelpful when they visited one of these sites. What are we doing about that?
So yeah, absolutely. Whenever there's complaints of that nature, it's important to look at what we're doing. What I can say is being done is that customer care training has been rolled out to all of those sites over the last 12 months, and that will certainly assist with that. The other thing to say on that is, although I haven't put a specific number within that, we get an equally we are seeing a significant number more of compliments around waste staff. So there is a balance there, that, and particularly some sites I regularly see compliments around the helpfulness of the staff. So it's about getting that. It's about getting that consistency across. So I would want to reassure there is an equal number, if not more, and there probably is more compliments coming through around that. But nonetheless, the customer care training will play a big role on that. Some of this, and the other area that certainly I fed back to the Director of Environment Transport to look at, is around a number of those were frustrations around residents arriving at site within the opening hours of the site, but being turned away because of policies around restricting access when it's busy. As much as 10 minutes before the official closing times. You can imagine that frustrates people who have made journeys, and that has led to difficult conversations in some areas, which sometimes then go into that complaint territory around the unhelpfulness of applying that policy. So that's an area that I think we can do more around that. Certainly around that advice and information, being clear that that's in place, and just managing those expectations accordingly, which will help as well. I think bring some of those
Couldn't
down.
we ask for a bit more flexibility on that? So I'm minded of the one where people were waiting to vote and they were told that it's 10 o'clock, and then the next election it was told as long as you're in the queue, you will be able to vote, even if that means staying open. So could we not have as long as you are there and you've presented yourself by the appointed time or 15 minutes before, you will be able to enter the site?
I would agree, Chair, and that's certainly something that I've fed back in quarterly reports to the senior leadership team to consider around ways that we can improve that. As I say, there are a number of areas where that's commonplace, that if you're in the queue, you get in, whether So there's certainly food for thought there that's been fed back to the department to consider that.
Could we ask the chair of that committee to pursue that issue?
Sorry? I just thought I'd leave it to you, Simon. You're doing such a good job.
Okay, all right. We'll raise it with the director, but we'd appreciate your support in the matter.
Of course.
Right, Hilary Fryer.
Thank you very much. I'd like to draw your attention to page 12, right at the beginning of the report. Paragraph 9, response times. What I'd like to ask is that complaints remain above internal target. What are the internal targets? I haven't sat on this committee before, and I'm sure other people would like to know. 71%, but what are our targets? What are our internal targets? And that's rather throughout a lot of the things through the report. It's no good saying we're below or we're higher if we don't know what the target was in the first place. Thank you.
Okay, I can certainly look to add that in the cover report. Those targets are covered in the main body report on page 24. But to be clear on those, so we have internal indicators that we measure against at both looking to achieve 60% within 10 working days and 90% within 20 working days. So those are the indicators and measures that we record against. So. And we're meeting both of those for that year, so that's why it's considered good performance.
Is that okay, Hilary? Okay, Alan Pearson.
Yeah, I'd just like to get it's the SEN I'm interested in again. Let's just clarify the complaints is purely to do with the statement, the assessment, correct? I'm just trying to really clarify what are the complaints, what is our role, because why I'm asking this is, obviously there's other complaints that go to trusts, concerned. There is all sorts going on, you know, whether we agree or not, there's a lot of children are off rolling or being passed on, and some of that's not fair that we get the complaints because it's not our responsibility. And I'm always concerned that we get targeted sometimes when the complaints actually should be the complaint initially should be held by and taken on by some of the trusts. Could you just clarify the process for me, please?
Yes, I can. It's an area that has links to a number of interrelated processes, so it can be quite challenging. But to answer the first question, it can be any aspect of the local authority's handling of or involvement of any of their responsibilities. So it can be anything from timeliness to submitting an educational healthcare plan, to lack of communication with families, to any of those areas. Where we don't, where they wouldn't be recorded within this report is if it was challenging or disputing placements named within EHC educational healthcare plans, and the reason for that is because that has a route of appeal to the tribunal, the first tier tribunal. So those wouldn't be captured as complaints where it is solely about we disagree with the placement named. Similarly, if it's all to do with the special educational need coordinators, the SENCOs within schools, and if it's solely about their support and diligence or communications with families, again, if that was the sole issue, we wouldn't record that as well. We would refer them to the schools process around. So these ones are very focused on our staff and their role in that process, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about this. I accept that's really good. The issue is, I'm still getting down to the nitty-gritty in regard to the complaint might come back from the parent, but of course the parent's in touch, particularly with, say, with a trust. Would they get advice from the school or the trust to complain? There's still a process here that sometimes falls below the process. You know where I'm coming from. So, you know, what's our relationship with some of the trusts? Because some of the trusts are quite happy to go and tell parents to complain. Then we end up handling additional complaints where in the past we may not. I'm just trying to figure out how it all works, because sometimes the complaints aren't just and fair, correct?
There are occasions where that happens, yeah. In terms of relationships with the trust, I have a kind of a network of meetings with my counterparts in the various health agencies. So I have a relationship with the trust complaints managers. So there's an opportunity, if we feel that stuff's coming our way that they're not dealing with and referring into us, to have those dialogues. It's a bit harder with schools. Those relationships don't really exist like in the same way with schools. So, but generally speaking, so. But we do find scenarios where my team are having conversations with parents and are teasing that out around, okay, what's the school's view on this? So we're often having those conversations with them about, have you tried to resolve this with the school, so that we can really understand whether there's frustrations, whether we're being referred inappropriately. And there are occasions where we will contact the school direct and say, we really think this is one for you, not us, and try and assist through those processes. It's hard to articulate a kind of number of occasions where that's happening, if I'm honest, but I hope.
I'll just finish. We've got a committee, I think, that's been set up regarding the trusts. Is that correct? To discuss the trusts, the multi-academy, all their trusts, multi-academies. I just feel we need to put something like this on the agenda, because I think sometimes we are unfairly criticised. Sometimes the trusts like to be independent, and don't get me wrong, I think it's brilliant, but when it doesn't suit them, they try and pass it on. And I know you're smiling because I'm right, because I've been involved in it as well. So we just need to be clear, because I feel sometimes we're unfairly criticised, and we're trying to do the right thing. Okay, thank you.
Chair, I don't want to delay matters, but just to say, I think you're absolutely right, and I think the lesson learned is that the next time we actually bring the report back, we'll bring more detail and dissect the...
Thank you very much.
Okay.
That would be helpful. Right, Terry Richardson.
Thank you, Chairman. It was just really following up from your point, Mr. Chairman, about the waste. I mean, I appreciate we've had some complaints where you can't get in at the end of the day. But that's probably symptomatic of people who are frustrated earlier in the day who haven't complained. So do we use the information for remapping how the site operates, for instance? So if I give you an example of the one I use, which is Whetstone, which is actually my division, frequently during the day there are queues, and it's because of the way they open up the disposal bins. So they say, right, you've got to use the ones as you go in, so you get double parking. There's the same bins on the other side of the site which you can't get round to and are not open, which would actually clear the queue and let people in. So my question is, how do we use the complaints information to remap how we operate the service, and what evidence do we get back that the service has been remapped and therefore there should be a major impact on the reduction in level of complaints? And quite often I don't think this is down to the staff. I think it's they've been told that's how you're operating it, and you don't open that bin over there until this one's full up over here. Whereas if you use two at the same time, you'd solve the problem.
I think these are really useful points. I can't give you the answer to that there, but I'll take it back to the Director of Environment. I think what it is worth saying, and it kind of reinforces the earlier message, we've got a real commitment here to continuous improvement and feeding this back into service improvement. Environment and Transportation have just appointed a new Assistant Director in the last few weeks, or in this area, new appointments being made, so I'll go back and take personal ownership of this.
Okay, I think that, we're getting into operational matters, and I'm as guilty as that as you are in asking for that level of detail that is for the department. But I'll just say again, the chairman, we have the chairman of the committee, and I'm sure it's not escaping his attention. Right, David Bill.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this is a very useful report. Personally, I've got rather more sympathy with the parents who are doing their best for their children who have got lifelong challenging situations and will clearly use every opportunity they can to improve the circumstances for their children. And I think that's where the sympathy should lie. I have rather more sympathy with those people than with somebody who is complaining about where to drop a tin of paint, which is one. Not to be facetious about it, but I think our sympathy really should be with the people that really matter. But I think this is a good report, and I think really it shows that the staff of the County Council are dealing with the problem that we know is out there, and that is the lack of resources, which is continuing to close in on us. I think under difficult circumstances, the staff are doing well and should be congratulated.
Thank you, David. That's very helpful. I think on the special education needs, obviously a lot of this is about process and the plans. But I think we've got to look at what we hope is coming, which is a significant improvement through this investment that the council's going to be making in SEN provision. And if we get that right, maybe we'll get less complaints, because parents that you're referring to, will be happier with the provision that they've got. It will be more local to them. They'll be able to access it without having to go through lots of processes. And I think that's the long-term aim, isn't it? That that investment that the council has agreed to make as part of capital, and that does actually deliver going forward. I think that's the longer-term aim that will hopefully impact on these numbers. Okay, Bill Bolter.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll reserve some more things for the Corporate Governance Committee on the in October, but on the Ombudsman's report. But I noticed that on page 29, 6 cases of maladministration were found and justice were found. 2 are commented on, but the other 4 aren't. Would you give us some indication what the other 4 were, or are you able to do that?
The reason they're not, I've not commented on detail, is because those 4 are social care related, so detail will be in the respective social care reports, but I appreciate I can tighten the wording up to make that clearer.
That's fine. Yeah, I just wonder which element they're in. And unlike my colleague, and I agree that SEN transport is very important, but also frustration of people when they go to a waste site with paint, they don't know where to put it. And I understand there's only Whetstone in our area that take paint. Perhaps that could be clarified more. I do believe the previous director of Highways and Transport did indicate that empty paint tins could be disposed of at the normal sites. Only those containing paint had to go to the specialist site. So if that could be clarified, that might stop some complaints also. If Mr Pearson could deal with that little matter.
I will definitely brush up on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, finally, I've got Peter Bedford, and then we'll move on to the next report.
Thank you. Just 2 points, Chair, if I may. The first relating to what Hilary mentioned earlier around the targets. If in future reports we could have those internal targets published in the report, that would allow us as a body to then hold to account so we can have comparisons there for the future. That'd be really helpful. The second point on page 32, the compliments that have been received, are these fed back to the individual departments, and if not, could they be? Because I think that's okay.
Okay, so really moving forward then, you're going to put a bit more information in future reports about the targets and how we've performed so that members can see that. And you're going to make it a bit clearer, the other processes, how you deal with those in terms of they don't fit this type of complaint, but they are dealt with elsewhere.
Chair, I think we'll do exactly that, and if I may suggest that we'll be a little bit more evidence-driven, so as well as bringing the report back next year, perhaps we'll do a presentation as well and draw on some of that data.
Okay, and you're going to feed back to the director with some operational comments on waste and how
certainly are.
It's in their interest because it will hopefully drive down the complaints.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Right, moving on then. We are now going to the annual report on the commercial strategy. And joining Roderick O'Connor is Nev Wilkinson, Head of Commercial Services. Now, we've always recognised the importance of this area of work because the more money we can generate, and I don't want to sound, it's not just about money, of course it's about providing a quality service to partners, particularly schools. But the more we can keep in-house and generate, that makes a contribution to our budget. It is earned income, and that means less cuts have to be made. So that's the justification, a large amount of it. But as I say, also to make sure that our partners get a quality service. So who would like to kick off?
Chair, if I can introduce the report and then hand over to Nev to take us through it, really just by putting in a little bit of context, which is endorsing exactly what you've said, saying that I do actually think it's a good news story and that we've actually built on strength. We've got targets this year to deliver 2.7 contribution. That has grown from 1.45 in 2014. But I would want to add some realism, which is that if it was easy, everybody would actually be doing this. The environment is actually quite hostile out there. We have got Brexit in the background, as everybody knows. We have inflationary pressures, such as the living wage, increasing fuel prices, increasing food prices. So the environment out there is actually challenging. I think there are really some firm foundations, but the delivery of our targets is going to be quite a challenge.
Thank you, Roderick. Good morning. Yes, I'll just take you through some of the detail of the report, and attached to it is a little bit more detail around each service, major service area, which you may have read. The strategy that was approved last year had three main elements. The first was around embedding a more commercial approach across the whole organisation, and in doing that, we've had briefings with senior managers. We've produced a toolkit. We're supplementing that with videos and putting commercial elements in job descriptions across all new roles. So that's not just about the trading, but actually a more commercial approach that we want to take across the whole organisation. Turning to Leicestershire Traded Services, slightly below budget this year, although, as you can see in paragraph 16 on page 35, sales actually have increased significantly. Our success area has been in school food, where we've gained another 34 contracts, which is worth about 1.5 million to us. Some of those started in the year that we're reporting. Some of those are started last week, after the half term. So that's a growing success for us, and we are pleased that the school food team have just been awarded the gold standard from the Soil Association. So not only is it, as you said, Chair, about generating a return for the authority, that's the highest quality in terms of nutritional value, organic food, etc., that is possible for school food. So we're very pleased about that. We also are looking to insource some areas. So, for example, you will have seen the change in the range in the food court. We used to buy those sandwiches in from suppliers from the private sector. We now produce those in an old school site internally. We're providing those to schools here, Bow Manor, and looking to grow that as a business. So actually, instead of us increasing the amount that we spend out to the private sector, we are insourcing some of those. So very much it's around constantly understanding the market, looking at developing new products, looking at different ways of doing things to cut costs, constantly reviewing our marketing strategies, focusing on new areas, and in Beacon Hill we'll be opening a cafe in July 2019. Also, an element of this work is working with other departments to help them think about new ways of delivering services. So we've been involved in supporting the, children and young people around the Children's Innovation Partnership, and also working with adults around social care accommodation strategy in the future. Happy to take any questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Terry first.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this most interesting report. As you'll be aware, we had a motion to Council about climate change recently, and there are views that have been published, and I think the World Health Organisation took them up briefly and then went away against them, about the importance of a diet that we can eat sustainably and to keep everyone alive on this planet. So I'm very pleased with the couple of things that I've heard. The plastics reduction, lovely. Salad boxes, I was only thinking of that on my way here as I planned to have lunch, about how it would be good if we had reusable salad boxes. I was interested in the section 42 on reducing the cost of food, and my question was going to be, but are we giving children healthy and planetary sustainable food? But it sounds like you've answered that question by telling me about the Soil Association award. So my final question, though, it relates obviously to an area very close to my heart and in my own division. You clearly have great expertise in food, and I'm very pleased to hear the way that things are moving on, and the eat on the go and the sandwiches. And this is mostly, you've got that expertise in marketing food. How can that be helpful in the marketing of the Century Theatre in Colville, given all of the difficulties it has, particularly its placement in a kind of prison yard with prison fencing around it?
Thank you. We have a team of people. One of the things that was agreed last year as part of the commercial strategy was to put more resource into marketing generally. The school food team, actually, an awful lot of those 34 wins has been on recommendation. So where we've, either schools that we already work with or ones that we've taken over have then said to colleague head teachers, wow, that's really good, and we get phone calls. So there are different ways of marketing and different ways that we win new business. The team who are supporting the marketing of Century Theatre are part of the overall team around paid things that we trade. That includes all of the heritage areas. So that team's very accomplished in understanding the best ways to market to different audiences. You'll see in the report that the Christmas fair at Bow Manor, which only started 3 years ago, has grown now, and we generated £28,000 worth of income last Christmas. and that was on a very limited marketing budget on Facebook, because that's the target audience. So we have a very skilled marketing team, very used to working across a different range of things, and I'm sure in some of the things that we've discussed, the profile of the Central Theatre will rise over the next few months.
There you are. You can ask him, you can hold him to account on that next year when he comes back. Okay.
Chair, can I just add to that as well, though, that a discussion that I have had with the Director of Corporate Resources is that, and it links in with this, is that going forward, we've huge amounts of data and huge amounts of data about our customers, and that we're going to, review how we actually look at that to support marketing.
David Bill.
Yes, Chairman, I'm looking at page 36, the marketing strategy for country parks and so on. 2 days ago, accompanied by the staff from the Battlefield Centre, I was persuaded to do a 12-mile walk around the battlefield sculpture proposition. I wouldn't recommend doing another 12-mile walk in this weather, or at all, but the point is there is now a considerable amount of interest in the wider battlefield project, if you like, as a result, of course, of the internment and discoveries that have taken place. Are we planning on, as a county council, on expanding our activities at the Battlefield Centre along the lines that have been outlined here in other arenas? Because I believe that with the interest that's now being generated, both, say, for various events that have taken place, the forthcoming City of Culture Coventry project, which is coming along, the interest, obviously, in Richard III, which will continue to grow in the Stratford area. Are we going to be investing in the Battlefield Centre to take advantage of this, of all this renewed growth of interest?
Certainly in terms of some of the elements around the Tithe Barn, we have invested this year in terms of modernising that and changing the offer. What we are working with colleagues in Heritage is to put on more joint events that where we've learned from looking at audiences, as Roderick said, what people are interested in, putting on much more for people to do there. I'm not currently aware of any further investment proposals for the Heritage Centre itself, but certainly I can take that back to colleagues in adults and communities and ask them that question.
Okay, Dan Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to draw your attention, if I may, Mr. Wilkinson, to 15, page 34. I'm quite interested to understand, because the figures here say a surplus of 1.6 million, a shortfall of 400,000, sales in site development were down 200,000. Then I go to Bow Manor, and Activity Park was up. Additional costs resulted in a shortfall of the budget, so that's another 200,000. What I'm trying to understand is that you've made a profit of 1.6. Your target clearly was 2 million. There's a shortfall. There's a reason in here suggesting that sales were down 200,000, but you did lose 400,000 off your target, which you said was a small loss that's way over 20%. So what I'm trying to say in business terms, it's quite a significant miss of play if you're targeting and your budget targets are realistic, and that's based on your previous experience and knowledge and numbers and flows and whatever energies you're putting in to try to develop your product. it's, you know, you sort of whistle through this, but this is quite startling because it's not a straightforward run. And I'm not trying to be overcritical, but, you know, we have to know where we are, you know, warts and all, because that's the only way we're going to improve and go forward. So whilst we're 100% in support of what you're trying to achieve, but it would appear that some of your targets are not realistic, or the effort and the plan to hit those targets. And if you're monitoring targets weekly or monthly, you should know, so you've got time as you're seeing the hills getting steeper, what are you going to do? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, not hitting a target is always disappointing. I think, and some of this is conversations that I'm having at the moment about looking forward to the next MTFS. So here we've got a commercial operation in a local authority setting. And in a local authority setting, you set your MTFS and you set it for 4 years and you set it in advance. At the time it was set, we didn't know there was going to be an 8% pay rise for those people in terms of living rate, wages, etc., for those people, of which are over 900 in school food, which was a result of national negotiations last year. And that's added a cost of about 500,000 on to our cost base. So I agree. What we do is we monitor what we're doing all of the time. We look at forecasting that into the future. So the point I made about 1.5 million extra sales, half of which has gone on to the bottom line this year and the rest will go on to next year. And we have to, as you do in business, be monitoring what you're doing all of the time. Had I been in business, I would have amended the target accordingly to take account of those those unexpected increases in cost, because we put 2%, 2.5% inflation for wages when we set the original targets. So it's for me, it's about direction of travel. Are we selling more? Are we gaining more customers? Are we developing new products? And generally, that's what we're doing. The shortfall this year is disappointing, and it's something that we're analysing and looking to rectify next year.
That is something we will be able to monitor, because this committee gets regular reports on the budget, and part of that will include this area of activity. So you will be able to see if the issue is being addressed.
You see, in doing budgets, traditionally, normally, you'd look at what your costings are, and most professional organisations know they have to comply with laws. So that means staff, it means materials, there's a whole range of things. It looks as though you've sort of missed that somehow, because when people say it suddenly came up to us, everybody's involved in that. And one of the things a manager has to do is to look at his costs and say, right, is there anything coming down the road that's going to derail my budget? Thank you.
Chair, can I add to what's been said? I think the points the elected member are making are very accurate. We are operating in a very difficult environment. If you look at the figures last year, sales have increased, but we do need to this year, and Nev and I are already on this, we do need to look at our costs, and we do need to look at things on a very regular basis and apply both rigour and vigour, because the targets are getting tougher, and so is the environment. So I think it's a point well made.
Okay. Right, I'm sure we'll come back to that. Kevin.
Thank you, Chairman. It's 5 years ago this very month that this panel first met to look at the trading services, and I chaired it. So, clearly from 5 years ago to the present day, it'd be nice to have had a bit more, the 2 million, but even so, 1.6 billion from scratch is good stuff. The bit I want to concentrate on, though, is the fact that it's page 44, at facilities management and operational property services. One of the things we did discuss at some depth, actually, on the panel 5 years ago, was central print, because it looked like it was quite a money spinner, on the basis that we could offer fantastic print facility, very up-to-date equipment, to outside agencies and outside organisations. And just really question is really, clearly there's something not quite working the way we'd hoped it would. I see it talks about a review going on, so I'd be interested to know how things are going.
Chair, I'll answer that question. Central Print's a very interesting one because we placed the authority procured equipment, quite forward, leading edge equipment, Ryobi printer in 2007, and at a huge cost, and we've paid it off £1 million, and the unit has actually made a contribution on an ongoing basis, circa £100,000 until last year when that was only £25,000. We actually have reviewed processes and practices, and we've put an action plan in there. Sorry, that was 2 years ago. Last year, the return was actually back up to 50. I think we have to be very realistic, and it's a great example of how the world changes. We have actually paid for that technology, Kevin, but is print a market that I would go into today? No, it is not. And the requirement of investment to actually go in there, I certainly would not be recommending that that's good use of the public purse. So what we are doing with Central Print now is we're keeping our head above water. We've paid for the equipment. It's more cash cow than rising star. We did an exercise last year. We'll put more money on the bottom line, and we'll just run it as a business. But I think it's a very interesting point, and again, a point well made. It is a cash cow. We can carry on doing it. We have requirements as an authority to produce our own publications. We have a wide base out there, but it's a very competitive market. So I think that's that's right. Leave it.
Yeah. You all right? Yeah. Still got a few members. Terry Richardson.
Thank you, Chairman. I think mine follows on really from the questions Mr. Harrison has asked about. What I'm looking at is what is our return on capital invested, because that really is the bottom line. So if we take something like the Century Theatre, for instance, which was transferred out of museums and heritage into this. So my understanding is that it would have been useful had the report had some targets that we're expecting, what we're already seeing, because we've already got historic information about what the sales for tickets are. But if my understanding is correct, we're looking at this on traders' standards, so we're looking at ticket sales and we're looking at the profit make on that, but without looking at the costs of running the Century Theatre, because that comes under assets. And it does worry me in this council that we do not look at the total cost of running something. We look at the net return in one area, which may be more than offset because increased footfall, increased use inevitably increases maintenance costs. So what I'd be interested in is a report that showed what is the net return on those. So if we take Bow Manor Hall, what is the total cost of running Bow Manor Hall, and how much are we actually getting back? So therefore, are we making a net return on Bow Manor Hall, or is it still costing us huge sums of money? And I'm worried that in having different things in different silos in this council. So to me, if it's trading standards, Bow Manor Hall's yours, you get the income from what we do there, and that covers the cost of the maintenance. And if it doesn't, it comes to the council to say we need 200,000 to redo the gardens or something. So I never have any impression about what we're earning from these activities and premises. And I wondered if at some point we'd have a report that gives us that.
Well, that's certainly something we can look into as we develop. One of the things that we've done over the last 2 or 3 years since Leicester Traded was set up was that exercise in terms of getting the revenue costs in the right place and making sure that we were properly accounting for those revenue costs and taking all of those into account. That's something I can take back. As you know, at the moment, the way that public sector finance operates is very different to private sector, so it wouldn't look at that return on investment in that way, but it's something I can work with finance colleagues to see if we can develop.
If I could come back to that point, I'd normally agree with you, but on the basis we're now looking at a commercial activity, the way of accounting for it cannot no longer be on the basis of how local authorities traditionally done it. It's got to be on a commercial basis with almost a balance sheet for traded services, which shows the assets, the value and the income. So how do you know what revenue income you need if you don't know what your capital costs might be, or indeed your revenue costs for repair and maintenance might be?
We have actually begun to do some of that work in finance. We've got a new business partner in there, and I think Bow Manor is a good point in case. We're actually looking at potential, other options that we can actually do there, and I think it has great potential. But we do need to do more forensic analysis to do exactly what you are actually talking about. It does need to, ultimately, if we're going to move it forward, it needs to stand on its own 2 feet and wash its own face, rather than relying upon the support of the central organisation. It's work in progress, is the honest answer.
Just one final question, Mr. Chairman, is, so at what point will that information be available to this committee?
I'd have to come back to you on that, but if we're talking specifically about Bow Manor Hall, is your question specifically related to that?
It's about all of them. It's about the Century Theatre. It's about all of them.
Well, to be completely honest, and the reason I broke it down is that's a huge piece of work. But I think what we could do is, because that work has started, we could do it in a rolling programme and bring it as it is completed. Would be a fair answer.
You see, you can have all that, but as has been said, the environment we are operating in is different. You've given all these examples about the commercial business activity. It comes back, we are a local authority. Now, there are other things that, in Bow Manor Hall, we've, over the years, that is a very historic building which the council has chosen to maintain and to operate because it has a wider benefit to the public. So it's not just the bottom line on that. Maybe there are other things in difficult times where we've had to take that view and say we can't afford to do it. But there are other things at play, I think, that historically have influenced the council's decision to maintain Bow Manor Hall. What would the public reaction be if it was just judged solely on did it make the council money?
Chair, if I can add to that, I was just going to finish off that point, actually, and you're absolutely right. I think the biggest challenge that, notwithstanding, I think all those points that have been made are absolutely accurate, and we need to get better around the binary elements of things. I think the biggest challenge that we actually face is that we are trying to do many things. School food is a great example. Nev and I have had many discussions about this here. We could actually increase the GP considerably by using really cheap mints, for example. We don't actually want to do that. The Century Theatre is another example. We do need to get much more commercial around it, but it actually fits in with the development work that we're doing around Snibston as well. And it's actually about the regeneration of that area. And Bow Manor, £850,000 that came into Bow Manor last year actually came from the activity centre. And when we closed Aberglaston and Quorn, we did actually give a commitment that we would actually continue with those educational services from that location. So I absolutely agree there is a requirement to do much more forensic analysis, but we do have the challenges of supporting those other council's objectives as well.
I'm not saying we don't have the information. We report we have the information. I'm just saying that there are other factors that need to go into the mix and come into a view at the end.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't suggesting otherwise. All I was saying is, as a council, we would then have the information about, do we want to keep this valuable asset for other reasons, and what is the cost of doing that? I'm not suggesting we close these places. What I'm saying is, if we have the accurate information and we know what it costs to run these things, we're then making a decision as a council about what services we want to provide based on the knowledge of what the net cost is. That's all I was suggesting.
Fair comment. Okay, so you've heard that it is going to be looked at, and the officers will come back and tell us what we can do in terms of looking at that. Right, I've got Alan Pearson, and then I've got Mr. Barclay.
Food again, just quickly. Could I have? I'd like a little bit more information on what you say is healthy. You've mentioned mints, and there's a concept what is really healthy food for children and how you do it. Bread's not very healthy, by the way, so we keep talking sandwiches. So I'd like to see, and I do go into schools and I'm sure some of them we supply. I'd just be interested what the menu is. I am a bit of a scientist in food and sport, so I would be interested to say who gives you advice, what is the menu, what is the food you supply. I'd be really interested to see what a sort of a mix of what we do. Could you provide that for us?
Yes, certainly. As I said, the gold standard is Soil Association, so that's all very much about where it's sourced. It's about organic. We also have part-funded posts from nutritionists from the NHS who go through every single menu that we do. So I'm happy. I mean, it's too big really to address here, but happy to separately have a conversation with you about all of that.
I'll just say that the from our point of view, from another part of the world, the so-called plate that they split up with starch and sugar, grain, is not accepted in other parts of the world from the National Health. So I don't feel personally some of the advice we get is correct, and it isn't. So I'd like to...
Alan, you're going into high level of operational. Could I suggest you have a meeting with the officers if this is something you are concerned about? Is that okay? I'm sure Roderick will arrange it. Okay. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Chair. I think this report is good. It's encouraging. I mean, I appreciate it's 1.6 million on a 362 million budget that we operate. I think some of the points Mr. Richardson made were very valid. I'm wondering whether some of the commercial awareness and processes that are undertaken within this service can be rolled out across the council. I take all the points about it isn't just about money, but there must be some other benefits that could be acquired by training senior managers and making people look within the various other services, which could actually contribute significantly more than 1.6 million.
We've got a whole area, haven't we, looking at commercialisation within the council as a whole, haven't we?
Well, if you call a whole area me, yes. I guess we have, yeah.
Okay, it's been added to your job description.
Absolutely, and one of the themes was around training managers, so we've done training sessions for senior managers. One of the other things that I'm now looking at is the whole way that we buy things and the way that we perhaps can take a more commercial approach to our procurement and our commissioning. I absolutely agree that the best way to save money and have money in the bank is to not spend it, isn't it? That's the easiest way to do it. So that's certainly something that I'm working across the whole council to look at, stopping spending in areas or getting better contracts with people to enable us to do that.
Okay, does that answer your query? Thank you. And finally, David Bill. And we need to move on.
Chairman, just a personal note. Reference has been made to Aberglaslyn, and of course we sold Aberglaslyn just as that area was taking off as a major tourist attraction through the Welsh Highland Railway, which I thought at the time was a dreadful mistake, and I still think it does. But anyway, I mentioned before my own views about the need to actually develop the battlefield area. Could I just mention Bow Manor? It seems to me that with the interest now being shown in the D-Day, the D-Day and all our histories, a day that changed the history of Europe. Bow Manor played a part in the whole Bletchley operation in a way which has never really been featured or brought out, largely because of current security restrictions. But now I believe the army are now withdrawing from that area. I think surely there's potential there for just drawing attention to what was actually achieved there, what is still there, and what could be brought back as an attraction. There's far more to Bow Manor than just the hall, which is a wonderful facility in itself. The whole grounds could be an attraction in itself, and I think we should.
Okay, so there could be potential to. There's a story to be told. If you perhaps spoke to people at Bletchley Park to see if they could provide some help and support in doing that, is that something you could look at?
we were featured on the news last week as part of the VE, the East Midlands, ITV East Midlands News, so it's something that our marketing colleagues are pushing, so something we want to develop, absolutely.
Right, thank you. Thanks for that suggestion. Can I thank you very much for presenting this report today? I know you do it on an annual basis. As I said at the beginning, this is an important area of work and something that we would like you to take back to the staff, that it is appreciated, the contribution that they make, and we wish you every success going forward. Right, moving on then to agenda item 12, we'll just briefly change the top table. Being joined now by Chris Tambini, Director, Corporate Resources, and Declan Keenan, Assistant Director for Strategic Finance and Property. This report is covering the provisional revenue outturn and capital outturn for the last financial year. Chris, would you like to set the scene?
If I just say a couple of words and then I'll pass over to Declan to go through the report. I mean, I personally think this is a kind of pretty positive report. And I suppose it'd be up to everybody here to see whether they agree with me. But I think it is a positive report. And I suppose the context. I think the context is this is the 8th year where we've had reducing funding. So it's the 8th year reducing funding, and we have got a small kind of underspend. And I think that's a pretty good achievement. And I think kind of credit must go to the finance staff, but probably more importantly actually to the service managers to actually keep their kind of budgets under control. Having said that, I mean, Declan will go through it, but there clearly are some real pressures in the budget. You know, the main ones around social care and SEN. And I dare say there'll be some questions on that a bit later on. I'll pass over to Declan to go through it.
Thanks, Chris. The report covers sort of 3 areas. It's got the revenue outturn, including the additional commitments we're making off the back of that outturn. It's got a section on earmarked funds and a section on the capital outturn. So I was going to go sort of give a brief intro of each one, but sort of take questions in between, if that's okay. So the last update to the Commission was period 10. So there's not been a huge amount of change since then, but the revenue underspend has increased. It was 7.5 million at that stage, and it's up to just shy of 10 million now. So this is allowing 8.9 million of additional commitments to be made and £1 million to be added to the general fund, which is what we intended in line with sort of the MTFS. Now, as Chris has touched on, the underspend does reflect a good financial performance for the year, although some of the savings have faced difficulty and there's been instances where growth has been above budget. The overall level is in line with what was sort of set out at the sort of start of the year. But I do want to bring out I'll just draw out some of the sort of the key variances rather than going through sort of line by line. The key pressure, the one that's sort of to keep in eye, as it were, is the kind of the SEND sort of the high needs sort of block in the schools. And despite the sort of the additional funding that we received sort of from government sort of mid-year, it did still overspend by £2.3 million. And this has finally sort of exhausted the DSG reserve that was held for this purpose. Now, the development plan that was sort of launched a few months ago is progressing well, but there's still a long way to go. There's a lot of work to do, a lot of capital investment. So this still should remain a sort of a key focus of sort of into this year, into future year as well, because there's kind of quite a lot of work before the financial corner is fully turned on the SEND problems. Moving into sort of the mainstream sort of council budget, CFS department did overspend. It was sort of less than sort of it has maybe been historically, and there's been sort of 3 key reasons for that. One was agency staff. Well, we are making progress now in sort of replacing that with sort of our own sort of permanent resource. We've got the looked after children resource, and although the number of children were in line with what the forecasts were, the cost of those placements has gone up, and that can be quite a hard thing to forecast, but it is causing quite an issue, although again, like I say, it's closer to this sort of the initial forecast. And unaccompanied asylum-seeking children was sort of the 3rd strand of the overspend. And this is an area where obviously there's been sort of continual underfunding, although sort of we did have a bit of sort of positive news from sort of, I think it's the Home Office have given us additional grant for next year, although it won't absorb all of the overspend. Adults and communities is the opposite. We've had a sort of an underspend there, and it's been significant. And again, this has been for sort of 3 reasons. Residential care has been the main contributor, although this was partially offset by sort of additional home care spend, and that's kind of is broadly in line with what the department intends to do, move people out of sort of the more institutionalised setting and more into care in the home. We've also got underspends on sort of vacancies on non-frontline areas, and we've also had again additional grant income from government that occurred mid-year after budgets were set that's kind of contributed to that underspend. ENT was one where it came here in period 10. We reported an overspend on ENT. This is now reversed as sort of the year end came in into an underspend. And this was a mixture of additional monies from sort of capital schemes where they've sort of, instead of work being spent on revenue sort of items, have been working on capital. So there's a bit of a swap round there, but also spend reductions that kind of came across a whole range of different budgets. In terms of other main departments, chief execs and corporate resources are pretty much as we sort of read the underspends that we reported last time. I would draw out a couple of sort of savings pressures in there. I know you've been sort of just talking about the commercial, and that is one area where kind of there is a bit of pressure on hitting that savings target. And the other one is the key supplier cost reduction, where the idea was to find additional areas where we could sort of do re-procurement activity. And both of those are sort of they're struggling to hit in terms of the timeline of the saving that was set. We still expect them to hit the overall figure. It will just happen a little bit later. But again, a couple of areas to keep an eye on. Another big budget underspend was the inflation budget, and this was about 3 million underspend. 2 million of that is all we did was basically it's the 2017-18 adult social care underspend, so going back an additional year. We left it in the inflation contingency just so it didn't muddle the kind of the department's position for the current year. So that we've reported that all year, and then the final 900,000 was just the balance of this sort of the initial 12 million budget that wasn't required this year. Although we do expect that to be taken up in the current financial year from a variety of factors. So they're the main contributors to the underspend, and the commitments in terms of where we use that sort of £9 million. Most was identified at period 10, but there's been a couple that have been added since then. There was £400,000 to support the growth agenda, and this is a mixture of the growth unit and ENT itself, and this will become a growth bid when we get to sort of the MTFS in the autumn. And we also added another £1 million to the future development, and obviously this has been kind of the main sort of absorber of any underspend as our capital demands continue to increase. We've directed another £1 million there. So happy to take any questions from members.
Okay, right. I've got Rosita Page first, and then yes, I've got you all down. Yep.
Thank you, Declan. That is really informative. One thing, could you please explain to me page 53, paragraph 44 and 45? In times of very short resources and where we're trying to get as much income and, whatever, I don't quite understand why we are paying the LEP and we are ending up with a forecast above, and then the last sentence says the pooling agreement allows for the surplus to be allocated to the LEP. We don't have to, so why are we doing it? What is our benefit? And could you, talk me through this, please? Thank you.
I suppose the reason we did it was because the only way you can retain that money locally, otherwise it just reverts to central government, is to gain an agreement with sort of between ourselves and the district councils. So it's trying to find an area, I suppose, of mutual benefit to all of us. And the LEP was identified as that area that we could all kind of agree that if economic growth is sort of generating business rate income above what sort of the baseline level that government sets is, then actually pooling it together and getting it to the LEP to distribute as sort of, I suppose, a neutral party to see where the kind of the best area to target in the county would be. So you're right, whereas sort of technically we don't have to, and there will be examples around the countries of areas that don't. It was felt to be the sort of the best way of getting agreement between ourselves, the districts and the city council as well to retain that money in Leicestershire.
If I may come back, Chairman, do we have as we are then quite a high contributor in relation to, and I'm not wishing to sound pathetic, in relation to the city, that we have a higher allocation towards our grants or our benefits, or does it just go into a pot and that's it?
We get the opportunity to sort of bid into pots, and there's kind of for things like the large infrastructure schemes, there tends to have been quite a bit of sort of joint work with us in the city in terms of sort of schemes that sort of cross over the kind of the boundaries. Short term it'll vary a bit, but longer term it will skew towards us just because of the sheer fact of where you can put the physical infrastructure in the county or in the sort of the wider sort of geographic county. And it does tend to be sort of our administrative area rather than the cities, just because of the nature of where you can do capital schemes. But it's not defined in kind of hard pots of money, as it were, what's for us and what's for them, but it does give us the opportunity to bid into those pots, and the LEP should prioritise on where the greatest benefit should get felt. But I suppose the truth is on a lot of the infrastructure thing, it is dual benefits. If sort of like a road in the county does benefit the city and vice versa, you know, better infrastructure in the city, I don't know, links to the railway station or etc. would benefit county residents. So.
Thank you.
Okay, David Bill.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm looking at paragraph 15 on page 49, schools growth. The reference there to the schools forum, funding for new schools, and so on. One of the issues that we're faced with, certainly in the southern part of the county, is the growth which is forecast set against the provision of facilities, the infrastructure in all respects. Now, I know we're no longer responsible for schools, but we represent parents of children who go to school. They inform us of what's happening. Heads speak to us, and what is clearly coming across is a picture of a system under strain. Heads are struggling to juggle the figures, and some of the problems that the heads face are referred to here about falling roles as a result of age range changes. So that problem is mentioned here, but we also have the other problem, not only of schools struggling to meet their costs, but of the provision of primary accommodation in the south of the county as well. Schools are at or near reaching capacity, and I do wonder whether the growth that we are envisaging is matched by the provision we're able to make through Section 106 monies, which should be going into the provision of schools. I know this is a very complex issue, and perhaps this is one that should be looked at as a separate subject, but we are aware as members of problems, and I would like us to explore this at some point so that we can give confidence and assurance to parents, in fact teachers and heads, that this has all been worked through and we're working to a comprehensive plan.
So I think you're on record, Chris, as saying that you are concerned about the ability of the authority to resource the growth, and figure of 600 million has been mentioned, that is the price of delivering it. When do you think you'd be able to bring us something in a bit more detail about what that challenge is and how obviously we've set this new growth unit up, the Cabinet agreed that at the last meeting, but in terms of on a financial challenge, to sort of set that out for us and what the key issues are that need to be addressed?
Yeah, I mean, it is a really big issue, to be honest. I mean, school places are still the responsibility of the county council. We need to make sure there are enough school places. Plus, you've got other infrastructure demands. In terms of answering the question, I mean, the growth unit set up is clearly not fully staffed yet. We only got approval at Cabinet last month. We could probably look at bringing something back in the autumn, at least in a bit of a progress report. I mean, what I'd like to get to the position to is where we have a long-term infrastructure plan for the county, so we can kind of see what kind of infrastructure we need and when. There's clearly going to be a funding gap on that. There's going to be a big kind of requirement about Section 106. They'll be looking at other funding sources as well to try and bridge that gap. But that's what we're planning to do, is to come up with an infrastructure plan for the county. And we haven't got a timetable for that, but we're kind of hoping it'll be maybe the end of this year, early next year.
As a document that could then be presented as part of the process that it would go through, presumably that's something you'd want to consult on during its formation and development.
It is. I mean, clearly with an infrastructure plan, there'll be a lot of uncertainties in there. I mean, in terms of, there's a figure in here, I can't remember how many schools we need to build, exactly where those schools are going to be. It will be within a particular area, but there won't be a site for it. And the time frame we are talking is like 20, 30 years for some of these things. So, but the plan is to try and come up with some kind of infrastructure plan so we can kind of work out exactly what the funding requirement is, what the gap is, and where the facilities are likely to be sited over that period.
Okay, that will be helpful.
Well, 20, 30 years is interesting, but that means that the primary school children we're looking forward to accommodate now will be grandparents themselves in 20. There's a problem we face now, isn't there? So I mean, I'm looking forward to this report because there are some problems that we have to that we do face, and I'd like to see this report to be able to, so that we can give assurance to people that this has all been thought through.
Okay. Do you want to respond, Chris?
Well, just clarify the 20. It's a plan that goes up to 20, so it doesn't miss out the first 20 years. It does include the first 20 years.
Okay, we'll take that point. Right, Bill Bolter.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. Rosita has already started on one of them. I'm talking about the LEP. However, being a new boy to this committee, I assume a report comes here about the LEP and their activities and how they're spending the money at some point, because if we're giving them a certain amount of money, due diligence of governance, we should know what the money's being spent on. I don't know if it comes here or where it does come, but I'd have thought that would have been a normal process.
We are, of course, having a presentation from the LEP. You could ask them some of these questions, but I agree with you in terms of understanding where this money goes. I think there is a bit of a gap at the moment. It is a bidding process, but what the outcome, is it delivered, who's responsible? I think there is some more information around that we
so
could
perhaps the Commission
ask
could look at that at some point in the future, bring it back. The other one was on page 49, item 20. Was I agree that the care of the child is ultimate importance, but £8,000 a week is an awful lot of money for the child's care. Is that all covered by county council, or is it NHS money put into that as well? Because if it's healthcare, NHS should put some money into it, or not. But you know, it seems an awful lot of money to fall on the county council. I don't know what the situation is. I don't know about that. And you know, £3,500 a week for the other children as well also seems a lot, but that's another department to sort out. But you know, it's a big difference. It's £8,000 a week. It's an awful lot of money that we're paying out. I wonder if that's in county, whether it's out of county as well.
That's what the new strategy is trying to address, isn't it? Is it not, Chris?
So some of the costs for looked after children are very expensive. In fact, I was at a meeting in London a few months ago where one authority said they had one that was costing about £2.5 million a year to look after children care. I imagine, we can double check, but I imagine that there can be just social care costs up at that level of £8,000 a week.
But we're having this partnering, aren't we, with another organisation that is meant to be helping address these issues. We're entering into a partnership arrangement with Foster and so on. Is that relevant to this?
Well, it kind of is relevant. There's an innovation partnership with Bernardo's, and part of that will be looking at maybe we can find a kind of a more cost-effective but high-quality kind of way of looking after these children that maybe saves money, but also kind of meets the same kind of quality thresholds. So it is kind of relevant. They're kind of working through options at the moment, so I'm kind of hopeful that over the next 6 months or so we'll start bringing some things through where we'll be hopefully reducing some of those costs and still having a high-quality service.
Okay, thanks for that. Pete. Well, I've got quite a few members that want to come in, and then if you want to come in at the end and make your comment, that's fine. Peter Bedford.
Thank you. But it's essentially the same point that was made by Bill there. I mean, it's a significant amount of money going into this. Now, we all recognise that these children need support and the rest of it. But I guess my frustration is that we're told these figures, it's £8,000 a week, and it's just because there's no kind of like, well, are we looking at this to say, well, are we challenging the cost of this stuff? Certainly since my time on the council, I'm told that we're spending X amount on a particular area, but it's just because we have to. Yeah. But are we actually looking at challenging, are we getting the value for money in that and actually delivering to the taxpayer? So I guess that's the point I'd like to make on that.
I must admit, I completely agree with you, and I come at it from the same direction, because when you look at those figures, you kind of think, well, how can it cost that much per week? Because they are kind of, you're talking kind of £300,000–400,000 a year. And one of the reasons why we've entered into this kind of partnership with Bernardo's is because I think there's a big kind of feeling that the market doesn't particularly work in this. It's a seller's market, and you kind of take the price that they put forward. I think one of the things we're looking at is whether we intervene in that market by looking at how we can actually put more providers in there, become a provider ourselves, maybe set up a joint venture with someone like Bernardo's. And that's what we're looking at, is how we can influence those prices. Because when you don't have a lot of your own provision, you're just a price taker. And that's, so yeah, I do take the point, but we are looking at it, and it's an issue that...
It never ceases to amaze me how things go round in circles. So we're going in adult social care, we're going back into bricks and mortar, aren't we? Because what we'd call it, hotel costs are so high. So we're looking to procure. Now you're suggesting perhaps we need to do that in children's social care. Well, we used to have children accommodation, and we got rid of it all. Closed it down. I just sometimes wonder, we seem to go round, we do something, we're told this is the thing to do, outsource it all, the market will provide. Now you're saying, well, actually, maybe we're being held to ransom by the market, and we need to have our own provision, or at least be involved in some direct provision.
Or influence the market to make sure that provision is there. So Bernardo's are clearly, they're a charity. They do provide children's homes, they provide other services. If you have a different relationship with somebody like that, you can get more provision within the locality. So it might not be us providing those services, but by having a longer term relationship with somebody, you can influence the market. But there's clearly, I mean, it's not a secret. There's clearly an issue with the market for children's services nationally. It's not a local issue. It is a national issue.
And absolutely.
Yeah,
Is that okay, Peter?
Yes.
You've raised a very important issue, I think.
But Chairman, whilst noticing the point, members could always approach Ivanhoe for a breakdown and a detailed explanation, because Ivanhoe constantly does explain the fact to us that we have to meet a certain standard, and we are,
No, I appreciate that, and I think Ivan's doing a great job. I think my point was more around, okay, well, what are we doing to challenge these costs?
Yes.
Okay, I've got quite a few members, and I have got a list. Kevin Felton.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I think the Vice Chairman's got her light on as well.
Oh,
I think a relatively simple one. Page 55, renewals of vehicles and equipment. And I'm particularly interested in renewal of possibly up to 350 vehicles, it says in paragraph 52. Is electric vehicles, I mean, I know the advanced electric vehicles is going at a pace now, but are we looking at that now, especially now we've got more charging points on site?
It is something that's started, but it will be obviously sort of a gradual thing. A lot of the vehicles, obviously gritters, things like that, and it'll take time before, I suppose, the electric technology filters through into every type. But I know it is something they do make the assessment as the kind of the fleet gets renewed, where are the opportunities, and there are the odd vehicle on site now.
All right, Kevin. Terry Arnon.
Thank you, Chair. Coming back to the point raised by Councillor Page about the LEP in paragraph 44, what I was interested in is, and I guess some of this we can ask this afternoon, is how we are ensuring money, because this is meant to be about what the district councils want and what we want, not just what the LEP wants. For example, in North West Leicestershire, there is a particular commitment to regenerate Colville. We've got our own derelict land in Colville. Paragraph 96, we've got slippage on the Snibston site, which, as I understand from having spoken to officers for both authorities, isn't just to do with planning permission, it's to do with recognising that this is a much bigger job than we thought it was going to be, and is actually quite difficult to do. So how are we making sure that our share of that money is meeting the objectives of the authorities rather than just the LEP?
Who decides? I mean, we were told this morning that there's a meeting taking place in this building which is looking at those bids and assessing them. In the end, who signs all these bids off for this funding, Chris?
I'd have to double check the exact process, but with this money though, because it principally comes from business rates, local authorities are far more actively involved in that assessment in terms of setting the criteria and assessing the bids. So you're right, there is a meeting going through the current kind of set of bids to kind of work out kind of which ones will be requesting kind of more full business cases for, and which one will go through final assessment. But local authorities are far more involved in this than they would be in a traditional kind of let decision, because the money does come from business rates from local authorities.
So they ultimately have a say in what that end programme looks like as the collection authorities.
They do. What I'm not 100% certain about is whether there's formal sign off by the let board or how that exactly works. But they are far more involved in this.
I think you could ask them that this afternoon to get some clarity around that would be helpful. I mean, ultimately, it is a bidding process, and it's massively oversubscribed, notwithstanding the fairly large sums of money. Some of the authorities are now putting in bids for hundreds of millions of pounds because that's deemed what they deem that's what they need. So it's a competitive process, and in the end, there's going to be areas that will be disappointed.
The only thing I was going to add is this is really positive, to be honest. If we hadn't set up the pool or got the pilot, we wouldn't be having these discussions, you know. And I know that the relationship with districts have been kind of on and off, kind of, you know, they go up and down a bit. But actually, with this one, we got the pool established about 4 or 5 years ago. It's got considerable money through, and we're just kind of looking at how we allocate that money. I think it's about 20 odd million we're looking at.
Yeah, we generate about 8 million a year.
8 million a year, and you know, and there'll be more this year. So yeah, it's a positive. It is a positive news story. Really.
Better than giving it to the government. Okay, right. Dan Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because of the speed and the way the debates are flying, we're sort of ducking and diving back again. I was much inspired by Chris's comments, because our social care cost is astronomical. And all of us as councillors think, how on earth are we going to fund all this? So what a lovely shining light at the end there to think that, yes, we've got to be big enough and business-like enough to think, well, if it means we've got to go back and change again, and we organise it and we provide this service with partners ourselves at a cost that is going to be much more affordable, I think that's a blessing. That's something that we should all be saying, wow, you know, I know there's criticism, we've done it before and we're coming back, but times change. When it was good to do it. Now we've got to think again, it's going to be good for us to go back again. You know, we harvest one season, now we've got to really go back and harvest another season. I think that's commerce, but it's a bit of common sense as well. We can't sit doggedly saying, no, we won't alter. The chances are now that we're going to have to alter in any event. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just take that as a positive comment. Right. Okay, Alan Pearson.
Yeah, just back to that. Sorry to jump around. I think back to we were talking about the cost of care. I'm directly involved with the case. I won't mention, but in reality, when the child's at risk and there's grooming involved, potential rape, etc., they are expected to move out of the area. Now, we have not a facility in Leicester for these children. Am I right, Chris, if you remember? I'm sure we can't, some of the children we can't place, and they have to be moved. And some of these children need extensive treatment from psychiatric, self-harming, and we did send some children up to Salisbury, is it? I think the name of the unit. So the costs are expensive, and I just wanted to bring that there is a reason for it. It is sad. And you know, statutory, I think we have to send them out of the county to get them away, to in fact try and hide them and give them a chance to get a life and to move away. So that isn't cheap. So although, you know, I know it sounds a lot of money, but sometimes to give these children and young people a chance, we have to do it. Okay.
Okay. Again, I'm going to take that as a contribution to the discussion, and then finally I've got Rosita, then we do need to move on.
Okay, and I just would like to...
Sorry, Rosita, just a minute. Had you... Did you want to speak? Yeah, I put my hand up. Oh, sorry. We hadn't got you down, but please do then before Rosie...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going on a completely different topic. I'd like to draw attention to page 62, the corporate program, the key achievements, the Asset Investment Fund. As others, I haven't, maybe I should have read more of the cabinet papers, more of the fund. I'm just a bit intrigued, and I wonder about the why we've invested over 3 million in a Citroen garage in Leicester.
I think Declan's going to talk about capital shortly. We always do the revenue first.
Okay.
Is that okay? But I'm sure he's heard your question.
A red mark
Because,
beside it.
yes, he'll tell us it's going to make us money.
And
That's
we're all
why
going
we've
to be
done
given
it,
free
I'm sure.
Citroen cars.
There'd be no other reason for us doing
Not
this.
even
would
it's not even
Owning
a British
Citroen
car.
garage. Okay, Rosita.
Yes, it was very much on the same. Councillor Einan mentioned point 96 and the slippage at Country Park. Now, I can't talk about the individual items of, and I don't know why we have a Citroen garage, but the Loughborough and the development in Colworth Workspace. But I can talk about the development of Leaders Farm. And it seems to me that as key achievements, this is a cut and paste exercise. I see it over and over again. But I don't know how we're developing and bringing Hillary's point to the forefront. Yes, we have bought a Citroen garage to make us money, but how much money is it making us? You know.
Rosie, you're in the same. We're going to do that in the capital.
But the question is just simply how do we monitor it, not the detail, you know.
I'm going to ask Declan to briefly introduce the second part of the report.
Thank you, Chair. The second part of the report is about the earmarked funds. That's sort of page 54 onwards, and I won't say too much on this, I'm conscious of time. And the first one, the general fund, we've increased this to 4.2% of the revenue budget, which is still at the lower end range of the end of where we do target. And there was quite a bit in the MTFS report about where we see this going over the next few years due to uncertainty. So just to draw your attention that we still are at that sort of lower end of the range that we sort of deem as sort of prudent. Overall, the earmarked fund balance, where we've actually got sort of a defined purpose, has increased over the year. And again, this is driven by capital funds, and it does link to the approach of trying to avoid incurring sort of debt if we don't need to. So effectively, we're saving up before we spend. So effectively, the growth in this reserve is reflecting the fact that we've got capital pressures coming in the next few years. So we're just trying to accrue the money to be able to deal with that. You will notice that several of the revenue reserves haven't reduced per forecast. And we're trying to sort of summarise that sort of in quite a high level way. It tends to be linked to either the underspend, hence you've got money flowing back into reserves because it's got to sit somewhere. We've had additional grants coming in through the years, or we've had delays in sort of some of the projects. And sort of the improved BCF is kind of one of those areas where there's an awful lot of money keeps getting pushed at adult social care, and to make sure it gets spent right, we do try and sort of spread it over years rather than just trying to bolt it into the year that's been it's been granted. So again, happy to take any questions on the earmarked funds.
Any questions on earmarked funds before we move on to capital?
Oh.
Yes, Terry.
I just want to go to page 78, the Zooch Bridge replacement, and only raise...
That's capital, isn't it?
What did you just mention, page 78? Oh, sorry. I'll come back.
Come back. No questions on earmarked funds. Right, capital, please, Declan.
Okay, so capital, we reported about a £22 million underspend in period 10, and unfortunately this has increased to 26 million. And further slippage obviously isn't ideal, but it does reflect sort of, I suppose, the complexity of the world we're sort of more and more entering into, and the sort of highways projects that require multiple agreements and approvals before you can actually start. And because these projects span multiple years, it's very difficult to pinpoint the financial year that actually is going to be spent in. And we're going to sort of see more and more of this as the sort of schemes get bigger and bigger. Most of the reasons in terms of sort of the slippage we reported previously, so I won't go back over those, but as Councillor Richardson just sort of touched on, the Zooch Bridge is one where we want to sort of pull it out, and we have had an additional cost requirement that's been reported to Cabinet. So that is an area where it's kind of not gone according to plan, as it were, and sort of we are going to have additional investment to sort of make that scheme happen. So happy to take any questions on capital.
Right. Now, do you want to answer Hilary Farr's comment about the garage?
So the primary aim of the sort of the Corporate Asset Investment Fund is for the economic development of Leicestershire, and part of, I suppose, the strategy is to try and is to generate sort of positive income for the sort of the authority as well. And it can be used on sort of non-property type schemes, and so we've had examples of sort of potholes, and in future it'll sort of be used for things like sort of social care as well. But so things like this sort of Citroen garage, and we've had a couple of examples where we've bought a sort of a pre-built asset. You can just generate that income from sort of day one rather than having to go through a development phase. So it tends to be lower risks. You do tend to take a slightly lower return, but it does help that generation to either fund further capital acquisitions or to fund other sort of parts of the sort of the council revenues budgets. That's why we tend to do it. But by far the bulk of what we spend on CAFE will be for development schemes like Leaders Farm, Lucep, things like that, where you can attract jobs and business sort of into the area.
If I may, I'm just quite in. You've obviously taken lots of advice and everything, but at the moment, the vehicle market is shrinking rapidly. I mean, we're already hearing of garages that actually we would consider as British closing or reducing their capacity. And I just wonder how we will be able to monitor this. It will come forward every year and every half year in the returns. But I'm a bit worried about it being a Citroen garage. I might have been happier if it had been more of a British one, but you've obviously got the experience to look after it. It's a lot of money invested in it.
Sorry.
I think Rose may be able to help me with this. I think we're bringing the annual report back in September, aren't we, on the CAFE? So I think in September you'll get a, and that annual, I think there's two things, probably the annual report and strategy. So you'll get the backward look that will detail all the investments we've made, the returns we've made on all those investments, the new investments, and all the rationale. So you will get all that in a lot of detail, and I think you're going to get the strategy at that time as well.
Rosita, on the same point?
Yes, I'm looking forward to the annual return to balance investment to return, because going back, I do not know how the things are monitored, because, as I said, I feel that sometimes it appears to be a cut and paste exercise, because I keep seeing due to issues with planning permission, i.e. SM point 96 for Snipston Park. This is the same thing when I question Leaders Farm. So if we invest 2 million to develop a site and nothing has happened over several years, we can't just say it is due to issues with planning. You know, we don't get... we don't balance the income to the returns very well. So I would like to know, how do we monitor it during the year up to the point when the annual report comes, you see, because then we just get the investment, if you see what.
But we did introduce in the budget monitoring reports, and it's not in this one because of the sort of the annual report, on the sort of, when we come back here, the sort of just a basically half a page just showing you where the different assets are. And if something like Leaders Farm does sit there undeveloped, it does suppress the percentage return that they get, because it's just sat there as basically it's kind of a non-earning asset. So if you look back sort of period 10, I think it was period 6 before that, we did include sort of half a page just how the sort of at a high level how the different assets are performing. It is always a slightly difficult thing with things like property, because obviously it's a long-term game as opposed to a short-term. So on that quarterly basis, you don't tend to get sort of huge amounts of sort of movements, and some of these issues can kind of take a while to kind of to resolve. Although we sort of might generically talk it as planning is obviously this kind of the whole link of identifying the right type of tenants and interest before we sort of commit to sort of full planning permission. So I mean, hopefully that gives you a bit of assurance that we do that sort of that monitoring. You will get sort of that detail in this sort of the annual report, which is kind of, to be honest, that yearly basis is probably more appropriate in this sort of the nature of the assets, rather than the commercial stuff you would expect a bit shorter term, because things do change more rapidly.
Chris?
So one thing I would admit is I do think sometimes, picking up on Rosetta's point, I do think sometimes we're a little bit over optimistic in terms of what we can deliver. So those kind of comments around planning, possibly we should have been aware that there might have been some difficulties with that, and maybe we could be a little bit less optimistic in terms of our scheduling. So I would accept that point.
Right. Now, Terry, you raised an issue a while back.
Thank you, Chairman. And it's not specifically about the Zooch Bridge, and I'd like to thank the leader for bringing this to my attention with his newspaper article. As I understand it, the Zooch Bridge is in Nottinghamshire or Derbyshire or somewhere, but we're responsible for doing it. So, on a strategic level, my question was: do we have any other such things we have to maintain out of county, and is there therefore a reciprocal arrangement with those counties to maintain things in county, and therefore what is the fairness and viability about that, and what future liabilities might we have to maintain out of county assets going forward?
The bridge itself, the river's the border, so the bridge sort of straddles both. It is. We've got half the bridge. So half is Leicestershire, half is Nottinghamshire, and I think there is a historic agreement that certain bridges will take responsibilities, and certain bridges the neighbouring authority will take responsibilities. So I suppose in answer to your question, it is only those kind of instances that I'm aware of, unless it's kind of like a commercial asset, that we'd have to sort of incur costs that are outside of this county, as it were. And there, to your other point, there is a reciprocal agreement that we'll do some, Nottinghamshire will do others, etc.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, do we just have an idea of what the number of those sort of areas are, or how many bridges we have to maintain?
I've no idea, to be honest, but we can find out if you're interested.
Well, it was only, if I may, through you, Mr. Chairman, because there is an ongoing capital requirement of this county if they're not maintained, and it's a question of, they might get, if one county is not maintaining their bridge and therefore a bridge is getting overused, which we maintain, there might not be an element of unfairness in that if we're not monitoring those assets.
Detail again. Anything else on capital? No. Okay, you've asked for some information that you can get him that information. Well, if you want to circulate it, please, through Rosemary, she can send it to all of us. Basically, how many examples similar to that bridge are there, and how's the balance between us and other authorities? Right. So, if there's no other issues on the provisional revenue and capital outturn, I would thank Chris and Declan for taking quite detailed questions and some challenging points on that. We look forward to seeing you again in due course. Right.
1,500 bridges in Leicestershire.
Moving on then to the draft planning obligations policy. I'd like to welcome Nick Thomas, Head of Planning and Historic and Natural Environment. I think this is your first appearance at this commission following your appointment. This plan's been a while in the preparation, and it has been out to consultation, so no doubt in your introduction you'll be able to update us on what the key kind of responses were from stakeholders. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as you say, this is my first Scrutiny Commission meeting, and it's nice to be here after 5 months of being in post. This report, as you suggested, is the refresh of the County Council's planning obligations policy. The previous policy was 2014, so it's been in need for review for a while. We did carry out consultation from November 18 to January 19, and that did include stakeholders, so the district councils, developers, parish councils, residents, etc. We received quite a bit of feedback, and it was constructive feedback, although initially there were some negative responses from some of the partners, particularly the district councils, in relation to viability and how this impacted upon those negotiations. They were the main areas of concern, but also how the draft document linked to national planning policy and the the recently adopted strategic growth plan. So there's been further discussion since then, and that's partly the reason for the delay in bringing this back through governance. in terms of updating that document and re-engaging with some of those partners to make sure those concerns were addressed. But we're pretty much there in that regard. Just to set the context, this policy is setting the county council's approach to infrastructure as part of Section 106 agreements. This isn't planning policy. Planning policy is set by the local planning authorities themselves within their local plans. And for the county council, we obviously have the minerals and waste local plan. So this is the approach that the county council takes in terms of requesting contributions for Section 106 to mitigate against the impacts of development. The document has two purposes. One is regarding the implementation of planning policies, so it will inform and shape the way that district councils draw up their policies. But it would also, and probably more importantly, deal with planning applications. So where applications are submitted, particularly to the district councils, but also, in theory, could be to the county council as well under the Regulation 3 rules, which is something that's for future consideration. But where those requests come in, this policy then helps to shape what that response will be in order that we maximise the contributions we get in for infrastructure for county council services. So the report sort of sets out the main changes to the policy, but I just want to touch on a few elements that are in the document that are relevant. So as I've mentioned, we've now strengthened the links to the growth plan, and it's now very much more in accordance with the latest version of the National Planning Policy Frameworks that was revised this year. There's also a section updating the education obligations. So previously we didn't include early years preschool provision in the policy, so that is now within the document. There's also updates to the thresholds when we ask for contributions for education, and some of the yield rates in terms of how many pupils per house for new development. That's been refreshed, and that will allow us to recover significantly more contributions for education than perhaps had been in the past, so certainly very positive in that respect. Some of the figures throughout the document have been updated as well in terms of what contributions that we're now asking for. In terms of waste, this is Appendix 2. There are a number of changes to that section. Previously there was more of a generic approach to requesting contributions for waste. This is the policy has now been updated so that contributions are worked out on a case-by-case basis, because not in all cases there's a need to upgrade waste facilities, so such as our household waste recycling sites. And it allows us then to, on a bespoke basis, make the case and justification for improving those facilities, much more so than perhaps we did in the past. So that's certainly an improvement. There are changes to most of the sections in relation to sort of adult social care, highways and transport. There's an update to the economic growth section, Appendix 5, which will allow us to ask for more contributions towards skills and training. Appendix 6, library services. This is the one where we've had a few problems with one or two of the district councils in the past with requesting contributions. Some of the authorities have rejected the request for library services. So we've updated this now. It now reflects the fact that there are both county council and community libraries. The previous policy didn't do that. And we've now strengthened the policy, given much more detailed explanation as to how that would work. So very much positive. And there are also updates in terms of public health to recognise the new responsibilities of the county council since the previous version was written, and there's updates to the sports and recreation section. Just the final thing to mention, as I say, happy to answer questions in a moment, but the government has recently announced changes to the SIL regulations. So last spring it was out to consultation on changes to the regulations. We've now got a response from government very recently. That deals with a number of matters, one of which is they are intending to do away with the pooling restrictions, which allowed previously only 5 contributions per piece of infrastructure, so that will go under the new proposals. There are also changes in terms of monitoring, allowing local authorities to request more money towards monitoring of obligations, so that again is a positive element. So yeah, happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that comprehensive introduction. So, just to clarify then, because this went out to consultation, how many responses sort of were there, and as we sit here today, are there still any objections to this policy as amended?
I don't have the exact number of responses. We did receive responses from all of the district councils, a number of parish and town councils. We received some comments from, I think, only one local resident, and some of the consultees also responded. So it was about 50 responses from memory, it's that sort of range. The responses varied in nature. The developers, for instance, were obviously viability was one of the main issues for them, making sure that they're a bit concerned with some of the increases in some of the requirements, as understandably they want to make sure that this doesn't impact on profits or deliverability for them. And in respect of developers, I don't think all those matters have been resolved in the sense that there will always be differences of opinion in terms of we will want the infrastructure providing, but they want to keep the developer contributions as low as possible. So some of those aren't resolved. Most of the district council's issues are now resolved. That they raised issues again about viability, how that links to the contributions that the district councils secure. So, for instance, that it doesn't weaken affordable housing or improvements to parks and open space. So getting that balance right. And we've made some changes to the document to recognise those conflicts and also so that we're more actively involved in the viability discussions so that we can sort of have that dialogue with them. Most of the consultee responses have been addressed. And also the town parish council. So overall, mainly yes, but there are some elements that aren't resolved because I think you'd never find agreement on some matters.
Okay, that's really helpful. But my observation about it is that it's not just vitally important is it's not just a document about getting in Section 106 revenue. It also does in a number of areas set our requirements out and standards. So if I think particularly about school provision, there's some very detailed requirements in here about what we'd be looking for a new school site. That it be accessible, that it not be near a lot of places that make noise or that have got underground services and so on. All of which is very good. But presumably then, this will form the basis in which the authority responds on a planning application, not just saying this is the yield and this is the money, but where, for example, a new school is required, here are the requirements that the county council. Now, we put that forward. Where does that? How does that decision? Where does it end then? Is it that the borough or district council has to accept that? It could be that there's an objection. Because the developer is not proposing something that is in compliance with this document.
Yes, with all things planning, it's a matter of negotiation and assessment, and that those requesting contributions, not just the county council, other infrastructure providers, so whether that be the police or health or other providers. There's often a negotiation and discussion there to arrive at a package of improvements that are deemed to be sustainable and mitigate against the impact. And quite clearly there's going to be conflict and balance with some of the other matters, such as the district council matters. And the policy is intended to set out the types of requests that we would ask for, whether that be on a local plan policy basis or at a planning application stage. And it's also intended to be detailed enough to allow us to defend planning appeals. So we will regularly appear at public inquiries, for instance, at the district councils, where we would need to justify the requests and the detailed provision and explain how that will mitigate against the impacts. So it's intended to strike that balance, but there will always be times where there might be additional facilities needed that come up from time to time or changes, and that is recognised. Provided we justify those changes, then then that's acceptable.
Would you expect to be in the room when those negotiations take place?
or is that a matter for the boroughs?
Well, the way it would normally work would be we would coordinate the county council's requests for infrastructure, and that would be submitted in writing. Typically, most would be accepted as submitted. Sometimes they would have a look and challenge whether some of the elements comply with the regulations, and typically they would come back to us and have that discussion. Other times there might be concerns about viability, so the developers might say, well, we just can't afford to deliver that school or that library contribution. And in that case, there's a matter of judgment for the district councils. Now, what we're trying to suggest as part of the new growth unit is on those bigger schemes that we're more actively involved in those negotiations, so we can input into the viability and challenge some of the assumptions so that we can maximise the contributions that we get.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you for that. Dan Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sit on a district planning. One of the biggest problems we have with affordable homes and builders, we have a target. It's there, and we're being told they can only afford that, and that's because of the county and everybody else has got their hand into the pot, and so we either have to accept that our policy, as it is, and I'm just wondering, you know, because you will be absolutely controlling the whole pot now at the sounds of it, and it's going to make it harder for the people on the ground to be able to say we need X amount of affordable homes, because that's why we're just absolutely feet taken away from us, because that's what it is. And when I look at the amounts, the considerable amounts going everywhere, but to offset the affordable home. So it will have a dilemma. I'm not sure to what level the increase is going to be, Mr. Chairman, to cause more, but it's already under stress. So, you know, if they're going to take more, it's going to create the affordable, so we won't be able to deliver for the communities of Leicestershire, if we're not careful, homes that people can afford. Thank you.
I know what you're saying, but if Mr. Old was here, he would be saying the most important thing is the school. And this is the balance, isn't it? He would be saying, do not concede on the money that's required for a school, because otherwise there'll be nowhere for children to be educated. And this is the problem. This is the balance that officers have to address. Did you want to?
Absolutely valid points, and having worked previously in a district authority, I'm very familiar with those sorts of arguments that come up on a day-to-day basis. That the government's way of dealing with this is to try and front load. So when they draw the local plans and allocate sites, the intention is that those viability discussions take place at that strategic level, to minimise the number of times where developers come back and say, well, actually, we can't afford this because the package of infrastructure is too expensive. In reality, I think there will still be those requests going forward, and as I say, there is always that balance. What I would say is that most district councils do accept that transport and education are some of the key pieces of infrastructure, and they tend to be higher up the pecking order, although there have been examples where some of those contributions haven't been accepted. Affordable housing, I mean, the county council's obviously got a strategic interest in delivering affordable housing too, and again, there's always that balance. Affordable housing tends to be the one that gets reduced more so than some of the other elements. I think that the key part for us is trying to be involved in those discussions and trying to influence the process, so if there is a reduction, that we can try and shape where that reduction is.
Okay, David Bill.
Right. First of all, Chairman, can I just welcome reacquaintance with Nick? We worked together at Hinckley, and it's we work well there, so I'm glad that we're back together again here. The problem that Dan has outlined is shared by all of us, that this is a desirable list of requirements that the County Council has, and the County Council will obviously press for the provision of all these items. But the County Council is not the only player in this. The Health Authority should be pressing for the provision of surgeries, and of course that doesn't mention it in this report because that's coming in from a different direction. So that has to be balanced at the district level. and we can agree all these packages, and it can be agreed at district level. A planning application will be given consent, and then we find, of course, the developer will say, well, I can't afford these, I can't afford all this. Well, we're going to have to drop something, and the planners at district level will say, you can't drop it, this is the requirement. And so that's when the planning inspectorate comes in, and the planning inspectorate will say, if you don't agree to what the developer is effectively demanding, whatever that might be, you won't have a 5-year land supply, and therefore it's a free-for-all. And so we're not masters of our own house, either at district level or at county level, or indeed the planning inspectorate, because presumably the planning inspectorate is under instructions from the government to impose its 300,000 houses a year, whatever it is they have an ambition for. 100,000 is it now? I think it's coming down all the time. And so there's the pressure is on districts to agree whatever the developer really demands, simply because if they don't, the people at district level can't control the planning system. So this is a very good report. I do support it, but it's only just part of the picture. We face a dreadful problem, and it comes back to the point I was raising under that previous items, that there's insufficient money going into the school system anyway. So that's evidence that on the ground there are problems that need tackling, but this is a good starting point, and of course I hope we all support it.
Yes, welcome. I've got a couple of questions, if I may, please. One is page 137. Over all the years I have been a district and a county councillor, and since travel packs have been introduced, I have found that our councillors, our officers, everybody has been constantly complaining that they are not value for money because developers don't necessarily give them. There are no bus services. So why have we still got them in the document when we could be using the money for something that is far better use? My second question is a personal one, which is in regards of libraries. I've had the problem of development. The closest library to me is Hinckley. The money goes to the Hinckley Library. However, all my community uses the Lutterworth Library, but that is a few miles further away. So would it not be prudent to put within provisions that we've put a caveat, either as, and it caused a lot of argument, to the closest distance or as negotiated with communities as where the centre of the conurbation is. But my main point, which I like explained, and it's page 139, item 2 in appendix 5. And again, very apt, but it refers to the development within the county can contribute to economic growth directly and through appropriate contribution obligation towards helping to build the economy to skills training, blah, blah. Now, in all of this, it is part of the industrial strategy. Now, in order to ensure that we can ask for the right infrastructure we need a very, very comprehensive, detailed and solid Leicestershire local industrial strategy. How do we ensure as a planning authority, as a council, that this strategy is solid and we can build upon that, and that any requirements we make upon that can't be challenged in future?
Okay, if you could respond to that question.
Okay, I think there's 3 questions there. First of all, in relation to the travel packs and about whether or not these are value for money. Travel packs are I'm trying to think when they came into force, probably about 10 years ago now, and the government were pushing this as a way of reducing congestion on the roads and getting people out of their cars. It's fair to say that's diluted a little bit over more recent years, but it still is part of government guidance, and there is certainly a role for that. And it's sort of a bit of a hearts and minds thing, where encouraging people to drive more sustainably and take more sustainable choices in terms of how they get about. And I think that will still and is an important part of the planning process, and that needs to still be part of that. The actual contributions for travel packs are fairly modest in comparison with, you know, new road junctions and major highway improvements, and they don't generally dilute other elements. It's not an either-or situation. Because the amounts are quite small, it doesn't generally get challenged by developers. But of course, on a case-by-case basis, our colleagues in Environment and Transport will look at the need and as to whether or not that's appropriate. So that's why it's in there. It gives us that scope to ask for it in appropriate circumstances.
If I may come back, but I think the 30 or 60 pounds, but that's irrelevant. In some cases, the developers do not hunt them out, we don't monitor them, and there are no bus services. So it is pointless. We could put that money. So if you're saying we're only doing it because it's a requirement, surely we ought to look at it, because on a 2,000 or 3,000 housing development, a travel pack can actually, the money for that can buy something sustainable.
Okay. I'll feed that back to colleagues. Thank you for that. In terms of the libraries, again, on a case-by-case basis, our colleagues will look at what the need is for facilities. In some instances, there is already sufficient facilities locally where people can use library services, and the contributions requested will be lower, or the times will be higher. I totally understand the point about people using different facilities, and, you know, where should the money be best be invested, and I guess that's part of the planning process, that our colleagues will look at the demand and where that money will be best spent and make the contributions accordingly. But what I would say is it needs to be directly related in terms of where the development is located. We couldn't sort of use the money for something 5 miles away, for instance, because those residents wouldn't necessarily use that if there's a more local library. So it has to pass certain legal tests. But I'll feed back your comments to our colleagues in libraries.
Again, that has been happening, that it goes out of the actual area because it was closer in miles rather than in the area.
Yeah, okay. I understand the point, thank you. And finally, in relation to the local industrial strategy, so that's obviously being led by the LEP. We participate in that process and are engaging in the process with the LEP, so the county council's requirements are being fed into that process to make sure that it is a robust document. But I completely agree with you that it needs to be, you know, fully robust and take into account our different service needs.
Okay, Terry Einan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Nick, for this report, which I think in the light of the National Policy Planning Framework and its emphasis on growth at all costs, it's very difficult to write a report that people are going to be satisfied with, particularly in the light of our recent climate change emergency declaration. And on page 139, there we are asking for yet more growth. I have to agree with the comments that have been made about travel plans, bus infrastructure. I note on page 134, we've got optimum walking distances of 250 metres for most users. But apparently it's 3 miles if you happen to be a secondary school child. And the reality is they don't. They are travelling by car, so that is a problem I have with this. The other issue is that there's very much an emphasis here on roads, and if we do mention public transport infrastructure, it tends to be buses. A plan that's recently come forward in my patch has managed to design out any access onto a footpath that runs behind the estate, which would make it much easier for people from there to walk. So we're not, you know, they can nip to Asda. But no, they don't put that in. So I think I think there is still work to be done, and perhaps through influencing local plans to ensure that we are a little bit more sustainable. And the other issue is, I think, on page 100, I'm sure when this came through the first time, there was some financial teeth around trying to get better design for life, because the costs of not building homes that are personally sustainable, so that people can remain in them even if they develop a disability, can fall to us in the public sector. And I know we've said we would want to see developers address social care issues through design. I thought there was a financial driver for that in the original consultation, and if I might be wrong, if so, was there one? And how are we going to make sure, otherwise, if we have no financial driver to developers, how are we going to make sure that they do this?
Happy that I respond to that, Chair. Yeah, thank you. I wasn't around when the original draft was written at the County Council. I'm happy to have a look into that and just see what the subtle changes were and why that was the case. Clearly, in order to provide adequate facilities, there would need to be an ability to raise contributions through this process. So I'd be interested to know how that change has been made and why that's been diluted if that is the case. Yeah, so I do need to check that out with the colleagues.
Sorry?
As I remember it, Chair, there was some kind of financial sum that was, if you don't make your houses designed for life for the future, then it was effectively you would be expected to pay this sum. I think the idea was that then the developers would go, well, we're not paying that, and would design their houses for life. So I don't know what happened to that.
Well, if you could seek some clarification, that would be helpful. Kevin Felton.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Pleased now, obviously now the second time we've seen this, that the draft policy is moving forward. That's good, and I'm sure the planning authorities will be absolutely delighted once it hits their desks. Couple of things, one of most of which really actually very similar to what Rosita said. Travel packs, yes, my experience of travel packs is the developer doesn't offer it to the residents. We had a major problem in my village when a new bus service passed through the development, and all the residents were up in arms. It was double-decker, I have to tell you, because people on the top deck were peering into people's bedrooms. And so people said, what dreadful, we didn't even know there was a bus coming through here, despite the fact there were 2 temporary bus stops. And I said, well, you've had travel packs. Never a mention. Developer had never ever mentioned it, because clearly, unless they mention it to the residents and then buy them off us, so that's one point. I think somehow, if we're going to use them, it needs to be tightened up. That are they being used? And actually, while I'm on that page, which is page 137, there's a little spelling mistake, made me laugh. Just below the travel packs bit, bus services and infrastructure, 2 lines down, we're talking about enhanced frequency, bust stops, which I presume is not some reference to some strange new brassiere, and bus shelters. And then the other point I want to make is actually, again, like Louise said about libraries. I have a community library in my village, and yes, we had quite a lot of development, and they've had new book stock and all sorts of things. What they haven't been able to have any claim on, despite the fact we've asked for it, is any capital to expand the library, because it's full. It's all very well giving us lots of new books, but we need to expand it. And I wasn't, although the guidance in here does mention contributions to capital costs, I wasn't sure if that applied to community libraries as opposed to our own county libraries.
Yes, it does relate to community libraries. It relates to both ours. We coordinate those requests and then decide as to where that money should be spent, but it can be spent on improvements or alterations to community libraries. Absolutely. Happy to correct the typing error as well. That was the typing error.
Okay, thanks for that. And then lastly, Terry Richardson.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of points, and one follows on from the question you asked right at the start about the consultation. normally at this committee, when we have a consultation, we do get a summary of the consultation responses, and I think we would have all found that extremely useful to get a flavour of those consultation responses to see how that dovetailed in with the final draft policy that's there. So I hope that can still be provided. Secondly, I think this is really positive. I think we're at a unique point in Leicester and Leicestershire in that, you know, and I know some people aren't happy with it, but all of the councils have signed up to a strategic growth plan and a way forward. Now, this is a time, if there has ever been a time for collaboration and dialogue with an open door, I think it's now. And therefore, it just sad to me, there's nothing in this about ongoing collaboration and dialogue between the councils, with the developers, etc. And in fact, in your own starting comments, you actually used the phrase, there were problems with district councils. Well, if we think we've got problems, they think they've got problems the other way. So what we should be doing is we should be sending a positive message, and I hope you'll take this away, about let's work together in collaboration and dialogue. We've done it brilliantly through the MAG on the SGP across Leicester and Leicestershire, which I think is a massive way forward. And, you know, I would like to see that here, and therefore, you know, I think this document straying into areas which are the responsibility of the LPAs rather than the counties, such as on page 100, which is about the bit we were talking about the design of homes. Now, we know that all LPAs want to do this, but unfortunately central government took the requirement away about 6 years ago to build this in. And in fact, there was a very long article on the Radio 5 Live about it this morning, if one was listening. So there's not a lot they can do there apart from work with collaboration and dialogue. So if we can sit down with the LPAs and with the developers, I think we can achieve a lot of these things. So I would like this not to be a document, but a living thing that happens, and that there is a structure in there to continue that dialogue going forward. Because I think if we don't do it now, it will never happen when we've got all of the councils so joined up on the way forward with an industrial strategy for Leicester and Leicestershire coming through. So I think there's a huge positive time. And I suppose my only final comment was, you know, I don't think SIL will ever come in my lifetime, because I can't see the square meterage rates ever achieving the right level in this county. So we keep on referring to SIL when I think it's a dead issue. I mean, you know, I've read the 863-page SIL document. It ain't going to happen, unfortunately. So I think, you know, hanging our hat on that is probably something that should come out.
Unless the government forced it, which they force quite a few things. Thank you. Nick.
Thank you. If I can just respond to a couple of points, and apologies if I said there are problems with the local planning authorities. That's certainly not intended. I've had the pleasure of working on the emerging strategic growth plan since my Hinckley days, and absolutely right that the collaboration and the good positive working was extremely well across partners, and to produce that document in the way that it was done was a real achievement. And also in relation to this policy, this update of the County Council's policy, yes, some concerns were raised by district partners, but they were valid, and in the main they were issues that certainly did need to be discussed and addressed. And that collaborative working has led to this updated version, and I think we're now at a point where almost all of those concerns have been addressed, and again that's just a testament to the good working relationship we've got with colleagues.
Right, thank you very much. Okay, so I think we've raised a number of issues which Nick's agreed to look at or to feed back to colleagues in the relevant service departments. This report that now goes forward to Cabinet later in this month for approval, and then will no doubt be the basis on which the authority responds to local plans and planning applications in the future. Can I thank you very much for coming this morning? Right, members, it's 5 to 1. Can I remind you that we are due to be back here at 2 o'clock for a presentation on the LEP and then a discussion regarding the local industrial strategy. I am conscious that some members have said that they've got other commitments, so if we can keep it as tight as we can with an aim of trying to finish shortly after 3 o'clock. Thank you. Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is 2 o'clock, so we will make a start on this second part of the meeting. I'd like to welcome this afternoon the Leader of the Council, Nick Rushton, who's obviously changed his arrangements, especially to be here. Andy Reid from the LEP, Mandit Ray, Chief Executive of the LAEP, and Tom Pennell, Assistant Chief Executive from the County Council. Right, so we're going to have a presentation, as I understand it. First, and then, as you're probably aware, if you want to make any other statements, that's fine, and then we'd like to throw some questions at you about the work of the LEP. Nick, did you want to kick off?
Yeah, Chairman, thank you for inviting me to this. As you know, I'm the Leicestershire County Council representative on the LEP. From the city, we've got Sir Peter, we've got 2 district members on the LEP, 1 university, I think there's 1 voluntary sector, and the rest of them are from the business community. And as you know, we're now a fully incorporated body, so not technically, I am now a director of the LEP, and it's just a new structure which the government said we've got to have. So I think some of the presentations will cover that, but it's important to remember that we still have to have a majority that are from the private sector under government legislation. So I couldn't be chair, for instance, Sir Peter couldn't be chair, it has to be a private sector chair. We've got Kevin Harris at the moment, who I think is doing an excellent job, really, for saying we've almost had to press gang him into doing it, and hopefully, if we don't overburden him, hopefully he'll stay on and do as many years as he can, because I think he's been very good indeed. Thank you, Simon.
You did the presentation?
There we go. You can hear me now. Do I need to repeat what I've just said? Or so Tom kindly shared with me the report which members will have received a week or so ago. So this presentation is effectively going to cover most of those areas. So there are 20 slides, but I'm going to go through them fairly quickly. I know that you've had a long day and you need to get away for 3 o'clock. So a little bit of background. I'm not going to go back in time to when the LEPs were first formed in 2011. I've been to a number of scrutiny sessions previously, so today is really about informing you of what's happened over the last 12 months or so in terms of the LEP review, how we've responded to the government's review of LEPs, what we've achieved over the last 12 months, and what the priorities for next year are, and with a particular focus on the local industrial strategy. So just repeating what Nick has said, the LEP board is the ultimate decision maker in the governance structure. We have an appointments committee which is yet to be agreed by the board of directors, but there is a programme board and an executive board which is an officer group which has delegated authority. Now there are a number of other groups which sit beneath the programme board, and they are effectively advisory groups. So the governance will evolve over time, given that we've transitioned from an association of interested parties to an incorporated structure. But ultimately, the responsibility now lies with the 15 directors of the company, 2 who are in this room. In terms of the main funding streams, be aware the 2 key funding streams are the Local Growth Fund, which was secured through 3 rounds of growth deal, £126 million committed to capital projects up to 2021. We're soon to have our final call for European structural funds. Those will be fully committed, the 119 million to 2021 by the end of September. We also have some smaller pots of funding, the Growing Places Fund, which is a loan fund to unlock key employment and housing sites. So it's infrastructure, but it is a loan which charges a market value. And then we have 2 enterprise zones. The first zone designated in 2012, which is the Myra Technology Zone in Hinckley and Bosworth, and the second one, which is the Loughborough and Leicester Zone, with 2 sites in Charnwood and 1 in the city. Now we forecast, probably quite ambitious forecast, that they will generate £250 million of business rates for retention locally up to the period for 42. So we are re-evaluating and reforecasting those, but because clearly our experience of MIRA suggests that they won't necessarily generate, given the global economic climate and the political uncertainty nationally, the likelihood of major foreign direct investment in the sites is we need to re-evaluate that. So, strategic economic plan is our strategy at the moment. We said that we would create 45,000 jobs, increase GVA to 23 billion and attract 2.5 billion pounds of investment. By 2019, we have 30,000 more jobs in the economy than we did in 2012. GVA has increased to 24 billion and we've exceeded 2.5 billion pound investment. Now, that isn't all testament to the LEP. It's a modest investment that we've made, but it's the economic conditions that have been created through partners to enable us to achieve those targets. I talked about the LGF programme, that's the main programme. Those projects highlighted in green are in the county area. So you will see there's a really good balance between projects in the city and county. Now, on our website, we have an investments map, which goes back, which shows where most of that investment is. So I know you won't be able to perhaps read that, but those are the key projects that have been delivered across the county. So the slides coincide. So that reflects the good balance of the LGF investment. 2 or 3 projects that we directly deliver, the LEP Business Gateway, so alongside the 38 LEPs nationally, each has a growth hub. That's the business-facing part of the LEP. We receive core funding and it's effectively a shop window for all publicly funded business support. So we have 4 account managers who work with businesses, they undertake diagnostic and pull together a tailored package of support, because we recognise that with predominantly small businesses, they just don't have the time to navigate their way through the system. So the purpose of the Business Gateway is to have a bespoke offer and package of support for businesses. I mentioned the Enterprise Zone, 4 sites, all with a research and development focus. So the MIRA Technology Park is very much focused on automotive research and development. The 2 sites in Charnwood, so we've got Loughborough Science Park, focus on engineering but low carbon technologies as well. Charnwood Campus, which is the former AstraZeneca site with a focus on life sciences and medical technologies, and the Waterside in the city where the Space Park. So I think all 4 sites have got strong collaboration with the universities and our strengths that we have locally. And finally, the programme that we deliver in-house is the Enterprise Advisor Network. This is a Department for Education programme through the Careers and Enterprise Company, and this is really to embed careers advice in schools. So it's a voluntary programme where we match enterprise advisors from employers and key businesses with head teachers to develop a strategy for really to deliver the 8 Gatsby benchmarks as part of the National Career Strategy. We're regarded as one of the best areas. We've now established the Careers Hub. But in terms of its impact, for a modest amount of money, it's invaluable, because it's about the time that business people can actually give up and go into schools and work with head teachers and provide the opportunity for young people to have encounters with the world of work. So it's a very powerful programme which doesn't cost an awful lot financially, but it has a huge impact. I mentioned these LEP review. Those were the objectives as part of the government's LEP review, to have a more consistent objective for LEPs, to ensure that they were business-led and they had strong corporate governance in place, accountability through the accountable bodies, to resolve an issue that was caused back in 2011, and that's around overlaps, to ensure that the overlaps were resolved across the country. There are, I think, 4 areas that haven't resolved them, and they have been penalised in terms of the core funding that they would have received and in terms of progress on local industrial strategies. And finally, organisation and reporting consistency. So the government insisted on all LEPs to have a legal personality. And our response to that was to establish a company limited by guarantee, which would remain dormant. And the reason behind that was that there were implications for VAT and staffing implications, particularly in relation to TUPE transfer. So we tested this option with our government colleagues, and it was something that they were supportive of. The independent secretariat, again, there were a number of options. The three key options were the full transfer of staff into the company, so it wasn't dormant. The second one was around secondments, but the third option, which is what we wanted to make a seamless transition, was to have the chief executive reporting exclusively to the LEP board, and that's set out in my job description and the service level agreement with the local authority. Just going through the review of last year. Shall I pause there for any questions, or do you want to ask questions? Okay. So review of last year. Clearly we have an annual performance review with the cities and local growth units, and we spent our full allocation of local growth funds. 509 jobs is the latest figure of jobs created at Mira Technology Park, with 24 new companies on site. Leicester Business Festival, which we're part of, attracted over 7,000 attendees. The Business Gateway, which I referred to, has managed 4,702 inquiries, and the Enterprise Advisor Network is going from strength to strength. And we hold an annual careers speed networking event where we have 300 people, young people in a room with 150 employers, and they literally spend 3 minutes with each employer at the sound of a bell, just to get an insight into different sectors and different occupations and careers choices. I mentioned we've committed the majority of the European structural funds. The final call will be in June. And finally, one of the priorities for us this year has been to implement the LEP review recommendations, so moving towards this incorporated model. And finally, which we'll come on to, is the local industrial strategy. And we were very glad that we were announced as part of the Wave 2, and I'll come on to how we're progressing that. So, priorities for next year: continue to deliver our key funding programmes, the local industrial strategy, our 2 enterprise zones, the Business Gateway and the Enterprise Advisor Network. And most importantly, given the uncertainty, and I continuously get asked this question of partners, given that we've committed now our European funds and local growth funds up to 2021, where is the next lot of investment going to come from? It's an extremely difficult response to give to that, because it's something that we consistently ask as a network of government: where is the next pot of funding going to come from? So we're aware that there's a Stronger Towns Fund. We don't know what role LEPs will play in that, but there's £1.2 billion announced a few months ago. 800 million will be allocated to areas. 110 million has been allocated to the East Midlands, and the remaining fund will be allocated through a competitive process. UK Shared Prosperity Funds, that was announced probably 2 years ago now as a successor to European funds and growth funds. So given the issues around exiting the European Union, all of that is put on hold. So this is a fund which will deliver local growth going forward. We're assured that there will be a consultation in August by civil servants, but their terms are different. So the autumn term could mean anything at this rate. So, but we are involved in the consultation for that, and helping to inform how that fund might work in the future. So a lot of uncertainty, but there are a lot of things already being delivered through the programme. So I mentioned our annual review with government. We have been reviewed formally now for the last couple of years. This year, I call it it's like an Ofsted, but for LEPs. So we received an exceptional for delivery, which we did last year, good for governance, which was the same as last year, and strategy requiring improvement. which was disappointing, and we were good for strategy last year. Now, the main issues that have been raised, which resulted in us requiring improvement, were the pace of development of our local industrial strategy, which we have an improvement plan in place, and progress is being made on that. And the outstanding issue, which has been outstanding for a number of years, is the enterprise zone business rates agreements, particularly between Hinckley and Bosworth Borough Council as the billing authority for Myra Technology Park. I have some really good news on that. So Kevin and I met with the new leader at Hinckley and Bosworth and the chief exec yesterday. We've reached an agreement on the principles that are being agreed with Charnwood and with Leicester. So I have reported back to our government colleagues that we've made significant progress on that, which is something that clearly the board were very keen to resolve, and certainly the chair, when he first started, was keen to resolve. As mentioned, we've got an improvement plan agreed with government, and we have a first kind of quarterly review of that on Monday, and we'll come on to talk about the list shortly. Just some context about local industrial strategy, referenced in the white paper back in 2017. Combined authorities all EPS to prepare a LIS, focus on the longer term up to 2030. They are co-designed documents, so they need to be agreed with government, and the ambition is to agree a local industrial strategy with every part of England by 2020. The focus has to be on local productivity and differentiating our area from other areas. Based on 5 foundations, could argue factors of productivity, ideas, which is around innovation, people and skills, infrastructure, business environment and place. They also need to articulate how they're going to respond to the grand challenges of data economy and artificial intelligence, future of mobility, clean growth and the climate emergency and the ageing society. So we've been doing some work on that, but that's the structure of the national industrial strategy. The list prospectus, so we submitted a prospectus 12 months ago to government, and I'd like to think that helps us get into the next wave. So in July, the government announced that Leicester and Leicestershire would be one of 6 areas in the next wave. So the first 3 areas were the West Midlands, Cambridge to Oxford corridor, and the Greater Manchester. We were in the next 6 areas, the only one in the East Midlands, and the other areas are now to follow. So we've got a bit of a head start in the areas, and we're hoping to have our strategy signed off by government, or with government, should I say, by the end of this calendar year. It's not a bidding document. You'll recall when we had our strategic economic plan, we were asked to append a list of projects that we wanted funding for. The government have made it quite clear that this isn't a bidding document. There will be a further stage to this process, which we might be invited at some point to submit an investment plan with an ask for money. But what this local industrial strategy won't include is specific projects. It's a framework to have a conversation with government around policy areas that we have strengths, where we want a conversation about future investment priorities. So what we've been asked to do is focus on local strengths. So when 38 documents are submitted to government, they don't all look the same. What ministers want to see, if they take the first page off without the title of the area, they want to recognise very quickly which area that is. So I think we've got some major strengths here in terms of our connectivity, our location, our sector focus, and things around things that we are world class at. So space technologies and earth observation, sport science and technology. Those are the things that we're looking to focus on, but recognising that they aren't going to drive productivity. There's got to be a catch-all offer as well, which make it relevant to businesses and communities across Leicester and Leicestershire. So we've commissioned an economic review. That should be completed this month. We've had a number of special board meetings and stakeholder workshops which colleagues at the County Council have been involved in. the board agreed to establish a subgroup which met for the first time last week, and it will be meeting fortnightly now to make sure that we have a strategy in place to present to our board on the 6th of August. You may recognise this from the prospectus, and this really highlights kind of what is really different about Leicester and Leicestershire. There's some really key facts here. Not many areas can claim that they generate 17,000 graduates each year. So for an area with a population of just over 1 million people, that we have 3 universities. So from a supply perspective, we supply 17,000 talented graduates, not only for our economy, for the UK economy. Our central location means that we're accessible. We've got, I would say, a locational advantage, but we're not as well connected as we ought to be. So that's really our ask, that we can be more connected if there was greater investment in infrastructure, particularly road and rail, in this part of the Midlands. We talked about universities having an airport and could focus on sporting excellence. So a number of facts on here, and I'll share this presentation, which we do show to colleagues, and people will sometimes say, well, we didn't know that about Leicester and Leicestershire. So part of it is about kind of how we promote ourselves better. So local industrial strategy. So we've completed or due to complete the evidence base. We've had the first meeting of the local industrial strategy subgroup last week, and we felt that, or the board felt, that it's important that we have a common thread that runs through the strategy. So, and given our specialisms around health, sport, the huge healthcare sector that we have here, the opportunities around the UK's only life sciences opportunity zone at Charnwood campus. So this whole focus or narrative and story around health would differentiate us. So the focus is around a healthy place. So clean, sustainable growth, how we do our bit to respond to the kind of global climate emergency. Healthy people. Again, a lot of work that Public Health England have done around the impact on productivity, on number of days lost through ill health. We have some fantastic assets. Sporting excellence, the groundbreaking work that some of our universities are doing in life sciences and medical technologies, and the significant healthcare sector that we have, and the close link with the National Defence Rehabilitation Centre, albeit it's across the border, but I think there's things that we can certainly contribute to make that a success. And finally, the catch-all, and this is where we try and play into the government's narrative about productivity. This is all about productivity. But I think clean growth, the environment and healthy population and workforce make a contribution, but ultimately it's about healthy businesses. And in order to create healthy businesses, you've got to invest in skills, you've got to invest in those businesses and support them to adopt new technologies to make sure that they remain globally competitive. So that final one is the catch-all to make it relevant to businesses, because having spoken to a number of business audiences, when you talk about the environment and healthy people, they don't see that explicit link with economic growth. So we have that final strand which captures hopefully all of the foundations. So the process that we're going through now is just to make the case for Leicester and Leicestershire. Well, why, if people thought of a healthy place, environment, people and businesses, would they think about Leicester and Leicestershire? I think that's what the board are keen to really press home. And whenever we talk about Leicester and Leicestershire, we talk about health. We try to compare that with what our colleagues in the northwest and Liverpool. So when you think of Liverpool, it's all about culture. So what we're trying to get into people's minds is, think about Leicester, it's about health. And we have a number of assets which we can exploit, really, because we've been talking to DEFRA around natural capital. They want to see the National Forest as part of our local industrial strategy. We've talked about space and data and Earth observation. So we're not going to focus in space sector in its broadest sense. It has to be narrow enough, and we know that the University of Leicester are world leading when it comes to satellite technology and observing Earth and sharing data. So we've got to be a lot more focused. And similarly, how do we use our assets at Myra and also at Bruntingthorpe around autonomous vehicles and electric vehicles. So we've got some assets here which not many people in Whitehall and Westminster know about, but the whole purpose of having a distinct strategy and a list of priorities will help us to really raise the profile of the area. So it's progressing well. That's our timetable. I won't go through it individually, but we hope to get the first draft to the board on the 6th of August. It will then be co-designed and go for a right round across government departments, and we hope to sign it off by the 6th of December. It's fair to say there's a lot of uncertainties between now and then, which we're all well aware of, both locally and nationally. So we're sticking to that timetable, and I've been advised that Greater Manchester will be the second area to publish a LIS, which is due tomorrow, and it's very different to what the West Midlands have published. So that's all I wanted to say. I don't know whether, Andy, you wanted to add anything to the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that comprehensive. Andy, did you want to make any comments?
No, just to re-emphasise all the work that Mandy's just sort of run through. I think the local industrial strategy, whatever, I think the thing I would say, we've just been talking about this, is whatever uncertainty, the amount of work that has gone into the process of getting the evidence, and as a board we've worked really hard to do that with all of the partners, is whatever happens, I think it's put us in a stronger place from a partnership point of view. And Mandy said right at the beginning, you know, it's good to see some familiar faces around here. I think I faxed my resignation to this place in 1997, and always really grateful to be back here, especially as I was involved in economic development. And I was just saying to Nick before, I think from a LEP point of view, having been involved in all the variety of variations that have been of economic partnerships in the county and city for probably about 25, I know I don't look old enough, but for 25, 30 years, this is probably one of the most productive I've ever come across. And some of that does go as a big thanks to Nick from the leadership from the County Council, and in partnership, despite the political differences, we see a really strong partnership with the work with the city. So actually, as somebody who's come in as a private sector member for the last 3 or 4 years, I've just been really impressed that I've actually seen the partnership genuinely working. And it's a big thanks to all the work that goes on here and in the city and across the districts that we've managed to do that. And the private sector sort of do feel that we're able to drive this sort of forward. So looking forward to it. If there's any questions specifically on this, but the local industrial strategy is probably the large focus of our work for the next sort of few months.
Nick, do you want to add any more about the work?
Brief, only to add to what Andy said. I mean, it is a partnership. It is very important that we do work together. Not only the city and the county, but also the district. You know, they have the planning powers, and also with the city in particular, because it sits in the middle, and it would be very, very easy, like it used to be in the old days, when the county and the city were constantly at war. Since I've been leader and SPS has been the mayor, we concentrate on things like this, where we can agree to deliver what is best for the people of Leicestershire. So it is all about partnership, and we need to record as well the thanks to people like Andy who serve on this. They derive no remuneration from it, apart from them serving to benefit the people of Leicestershire, and that goes for all the private sector board members, and I think we've got some real quality members at the moment.
Nothing to add to that.
Okay. Right, well, we'll start off with some questions. We discussed this morning in our financial section the business rates pooling, and there was just a question about your involvement in that as a body, and I wonder if you could just explain how that works. Particularly interested in, I think there was a meeting this morning, in how the prioritisation takes place, because inevitably you get many more bids than there is funding available. So that will be really helpful.
So in terms of the business rates pool, just for everyone's benefit, there's been a business rates pool across the Leicester and Leicestershire local authorities for a number of years, and that has generated in the first round, I think it was about £2 million. In the second round, £4 million, which has been allocated now. I think our involvement previously was to manage the funds. In the first round, there was a decision-making role for the LEP. For legal reasons, the role changed. I think it was picked up by the accountable body that only those authorities and organisations that actually contributed to the pool could bid for that funding. So the role has changed. So the LEP's role now is to manage the programme, but not to make decisions on the funds. Now, the governance for that is that there is an officer group which includes myself, Tom, the district Chief Executive Melton, and also the City Director, which works to a decision-making group, which is the 4 elected members on the LEP board. So it's Nick, Peter, Terry, and it was due to be Michael, but now it's I think it's Jonathan has been nominated the district rep. So this morning we went through a process of filtering. So the deadline for local authorities to submit their expressions of interest was the end of May. The total fund available is in the region of 22 to 23 million pounds. So we have 6.8 in the bank and a forecast of 8 for the next 2 years. As you might expect, it was oversubscribed. We've had expressions of interest to the value of 80 million. And they are split into 3 categories. One is for small revenue projects, the second one around small capital projects, and thirdly, the large strategic capital projects. So we've been through a process this morning to look at review the projects list. It's clear we will have to go back to the local authority to ask them to prioritise, because clearly 23 doesn't, 80 doesn't fit into 23, and there are some projects in there that can either be scaled, but then it's a local decision and a political decision for local authorities to agree which are priorities. It feels to me that some authorities just put everything in and just hedging the bets. So what I don't want to be doing is inviting in the region of over 50 business cases. It takes a long time to write a business case, and it also takes quite a long time to review and appraise 50 business cases. So I think it's important that we're realistic and we go back to the local authorities to ask them which are genuinely their top 2 or 3 projects, which ones actually meet the key criteria, are deliverable within the next 3 years, have got the match funding in place, and don't have, if it's a capital project, if it hasn't even been through a planning process, then it's not ready to go and deliver. So, so that's the background and context and the governance. We agreed this morning that we need to bring that group together probably at the end of July. So the next officer group meeting is in the first 2 weeks of July to review, hopefully, a streamlined list, and then to get that group together by the end of July to agree, hopefully, the allocation of the revenue fund, but also to agree the process and time frame for the remaining fund to be allocated.
So the officer group in the end makes recommendations to this group of 4 members.
Absolutely.
That you've highlighted. Okay, that's helpful to understand that. Thank you very much. And could you just, you were saying that the streams that are drying up that aren't going to be available anymore. So how do you fund your basic operational costs? So your salaries, no doubt the city council don't provide those premises for nothing. There must be some recharges and so on and so forth. How do you actually fund that when you don't know what might be coming in grant? And indeed, are you allowed to use those? Can you offset an element of the European funding and the previous government programmes for your operational costs?
So we receive £500,000 of core funding annually from government, which we have to match an element of that from local partners. So 250,000. So that contribution comes from the local authorities, has done historically, and it was agreed that the business rates pool would be the obvious one rather than, because it's effectively local authority funding. Obviously, from the programme perspective, we get funding for the Growth Hub, for the Enterprise Advisor Network. We hope to get some Enterprise Zone business rates uplift to support the Enterprise Zone team. And then we have a top slice of programme management on all funds that we manage. I've been fairly frugal with the LEP budget, so we've built a relatively healthy reserve, which is important because we're growing as a team. So should national policy change, there's sufficient funds to cover redundancy and what have you, and winding up the company. So we do have core funding. Our financial position operationally is healthy, the key issue, not only for the LEP but the LEP partners, is where the national programmes and growth funding is going to come from, and what the scale of that will be, and how that will be delivered at a local level.
Okay, thank you. Terry Inan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for asking. That was a question I posed earlier. I've got some more questions though. It sounds like you were saying at the beginning of the presentation that the LEP role is driving growth and productivity, and at that point I naturally thought of the fact that we have just declared a climate change emergency in this authority, and didn't note that in your list of grand challenges. So naturally I'm quite pleased with the way that your local industrial strategy appears to be written around, a lot of it seems to be around the issue of the future of mobility, because of course that is a big part of the climate change agenda, and was pleased at what you were saying about investment in road and rail. I did want to ask a specific question about the 30,000 more net jobs. One of the piece of information that we've been given in my role on the Employers Board for the East Midlands Councils is that only 1 in 14 new jobs since 2010 are full-time. So I'd be interested, with both mobility and sustainability in mind, to know how many of these jobs are accessible to these employees without use of a private car. We have a big problem with people building 3 and 4 bedroom detached homes next to warehouses where people can only work on the minimum wage with insecure jobs and they can't get there. So that's one. And so, you know, how many of these jobs actually give that employee enough money to live on without having to go and find other work? Because that's another report that came to us, the forgotten workers from the TUC. Many people having to do 2 and 3 jobs to survive. So that's 2 of my questions. And then, yes, I was very pleased to hear you saying that the National Forest will be part of your local industrial strategy, and that I'm interested in the idea of getting money from the Stronger Towns Fund, because, of course, Colville, which I represent, is part of the National Forest. And that was part of my question that Simon got you to answer earlier, about in making sure that that the LEP is somehow listening to the priorities of district and borough councils. We have a very clear priority, choose Colville, as they call it, in the district council. So how are we going to ensure that that priority is being listened to, and that the regeneration, particularly of post-industrial sites in the National Forest that are owned by this authority, namely Snibston, are somehow come to your attention? And then my final question, I hope you've got a list now, because they all tie together, I'm afraid. Last one is lovely, National Forest. The people who are now campaigning to have the National Forest line reopened would see this as very much part of a future mobility industrial strategy, being able to get people to travel across from Burton and even possibly Leicester, but certainly from Burton and even as far as Birmingham, to go and work in Amazon without having to use a private car.
Over to you, Andy.
You kick off after this. No, there are some good ones in there.
I mean, in terms of the number of jobs, I don't have that information to hand, because it's very difficult to get that information from your national statistics, so ONS and the various kind of data sets that we use. So it doesn't show how many people are on 0-hour contracts or part-time contracts. So that's something that I think we ought to be looking into in more depth. But whether that information is readily available, I'm not aware of any data source which can point to that. Now, in terms of the 30,000 jobs, now if we revert back to when we were just leaving the recession, we'd lost between 2008 and 2011 20,000 jobs lost within the economy. And that had a devastating effect. That when we wrote our first strategic economic plan, we had 50% youth unemployment. There were 30,000 people on out-of-work benefits. The current statistics show that we have less than 7,000 people on out-of-work benefits, which in some places can be regarded as full employment. The challenge that we face is that, and the 30,000 jobs that have been created have been through net immigration, as opposed to, and obviously people leaving kind of full-time education into those jobs. So the biggest challenge for us from a workforce perspective is we've got large developments, as you mentioned, adjacent to the airport, creating 8,000 jobs. We have less than 7,000 people on out-of-work benefits. We have a sector there that largely relies on migrant labour from the EU. It is transitioning, a lot of adoption of technologies, so it's a lot of it's automated. I've been to Amazon recently and they've been telling us that they need software engineers, not order pickers and shelf stackers or forklift drivers, and I think so that's a challenge for us. It's a good news story that we're near full employment. We've created quite significant numbers of jobs. The major issue, which is behind our focus on high value employment growth, is we still have relatively low household income and productivity per head. So if you compare ourselves with all the other LEP areas, we're doing well on GVA, and I showed the GVA figure, but that's due to in-migration and growth. But if you look at output per head and wages per head, it's much lower, so in that lower quartile. So our strategy is effectively, we've got these assets, we've got universities, we've got these sites in the enterprise zones, emerging sectors, space technologies, engineering, medical technologies and life sciences. We've got to have that narrative around those, but we've got to start to make sure that we can attract the investment from overseas businesses in those sectors, and also make sure that we've got the right skills right from school age through to further education and higher education to access those jobs. So I don't know if in a roundabout way I've answered your question, but clearly we don't have the data on how many of those jobs are actually 0-hour contracts or part-time.
Quite happy to add a little bit to that, Terry. I think what you've highlighted is a number of issues there. First of all, in terms of the grand challenges, they're actually the ones that sit in the government industrial strategy. So the grand challenges of AI and data and economy, future of mobility, clean growth and ageing society, they're sort of the ones that we've been passed down to. And then the concept of the local industrial strategies is then to respond to those in what is the most appropriate locally. And we've had the data sets and the evidence that we've got have shown a lot of the things that you've just highlighted, really, is that GVA is good, productivity is good in some places, but actually, particularly in the city and other parts of the county, there is low productivity levels and low levels of income. And therefore, you know, there are issues with that. And that comes back to that sort of catch-all title we've got for what we're trying to do, which is trying to create a healthy place to do business. So health, hence the health comes into those initial pieces, but also good place to do business. Because actually one of our biggest challenges is, I think, is it 97% of our companies are SMEs. Now that's not abnormal, they're usually in the 90%, but actually most of those are micro SMEs, so we're talking of, you know, under 5 people per company. And so it offers a challenge to growth. So one of the biggest assets we do have is our universities, but actually our graduate retention is lower again. So again, if we want to try and really drive the economy and the growth in the high-tech jobs, what we need to do is try and retain a lot more of those graduates to stay here in Leicester and Leicestershire to ensure they build high-tech companies. And there's a couple of those that are just been won some enterprise awards last week on Loughborough University's campus, for example, where somebody's created 10 jobs, somebody's created 250 in the space of 3 years of graduating. So they're the sort of growth areas we want to see. We obviously have to tackle some of those issues in and around the city around low wages. Specifically to your transport things, I do recall, did we used to call it the Ivanhoe line? Is that been renamed now as sort of National Forest line? I think we've been around that one quite a few times over the generations. I don't know the answer to that, so I'm sure you're probably better placed than I am to sort that out. I suppose in terms of listening to districts, you mentioned that specifically. The great thing is, obviously, Terry now will be joining us. I know he's here as a county councillor today, but joins us as one of the directors on the board, along with Jonathan Morgan. We have had district representation, and clearly with my history of both working at districts, county and private sector, always really keen to ensure that we get that broad perspective. And as I say, I think this is probably the strongest partnership that I've seen, having been around economic development for the last 25, 30 years. So the voices can always be louder and people feel that they can have more to say, but I actually genuinely do believe at the moment that interaction is good. And there's just a really positive, I think Nick mentioned it, just a really positive attitude to, those differences where we've got, I suppose the pooling is a great example, isn't it? You've only got 8 million and 80 million worth of bids. We have to work collaboratively to see the bigger county picture rather than always just seeing, well, if it comes into this particular geographical area, it only benefits me. as you highlighted, people move around, people don't think in terms of their places by district boundaries or parish boundaries. You know, people do move, and so that's why quite a lot of what we're trying to do in this, the future of mobility, is to think about transport in a completely different way. You know, by 2030, if every car is an electric car and it's mobile because it's got AI, what difference does that make in terms of transport and people moving around? A bit early, but you know, that's the timescale we've got to work in between 2020 and 2030. And I do believe we'll be in a very, very different place by that stage in terms of many of those transport challenges that face us at the moment.
Okay, thanks for that. Dan Harrison.
Oh, yours is on. Yeah. Oh, is that it? Yeah, I'm fine now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I'm a new member to the Commission. I've heard of the LEP, but I didn't know anything really about it, and I've started to learn things this afternoon. Now, at the one stage, Mendit was sort of whistling through all his figures. We've got how many universities, we've got this. And I sit back and think, God, they don't control all that, do they? And then bit by bit, I start to drill down a little bit and try to understand what it's really all about. You tell me that you receive $500,000 towards your staff costs. Could I know how many staff you've got?
Yes, we have, last count, 26 members of staff. So we have a core team, and then for the programmes that are delivered, so the Business Gateway has a team of 4. The Enterprise Advisor Network has a team of 4. In some LEPs, they are not located in-house. They're commissioned out to other organisations, but we are a relatively big team compared to other areas because they tend to commission.
So can you tell me how many years you've been running and how much money you've had allocated? I'm trying to understand the value.
Yeah.
This isn't being awkward. I'm trying to understand from my own personal knowledge how this really works. So I want to know, if you've got 26 staff and you're talking of 8 million potentially this year and next year, and funding's tough at the moment coming in, I'm trying to understand the value of all this, because you've mentioned 30,000 jobs. Well, we've got the lowest unemployment for 40 years in the country. I know people talk of the amounts of money people earn. I am respectful of that and understand that. But I'm just trying to get through all the wrappings to try to get down to where we really are and what is the value, because I think, naively maybe, you're like a funding agency, and I don't know whether that's correct, but you receive money and you're able then for other people to challenge you and say, we'd like to bid this or bid that, to try to sort of secure money. And you've mentioned that it's, you know, you want $500,000. Have you got $500,000? So, you know, I'm just trying to get the picture in my mind so I fully understand, because if somebody mentions the LEP, then I will say, oh yes, this is so-and-so, and this is how it works.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, perhaps I will go back in time. So I think LEPs were introduced in 2011, so you may well recall their predecessors with the regional development agencies, and it was felt that regions didn't really effectively cover kind of geographical, economically functional areas. So when the coalition government came in 2010, they decided to abolish the regional development agencies and replace them with something else. That something else, from my personal perspective, it wasn't as well thought through as it could have been, because there was no blueprint for LEPs that were saying, can you come forward with bids for areas that want to form a LEP around a functional economic geography? Now, fortunately for us, we had a pre-existing partnership across the city and county. So we submitted our bid to government, and 38 LEPs were agreed across England. And it wasn't really until 2013, so having been in place for 2 years and bid for enterprise zones, we still had some core funding, but what we didn't have is any delivery capacity and funding. So it was in 2013 when all LEPs were invited to develop a plan for their area and submit it to government. At the same time, the European funds were allocated to LEP areas. So essentially, what we've had is, over the last 8 years, we've had £8 million of core funding, £4 million over 8 years from government to pay me and my staff. But what we are managing in terms of a programme is approximately £250 million of public funding, probably 50% European funds and 50% of national government funds, to deliver economic regeneration. So all of those funds, as I mentioned earlier, are now committed. So we're looking to government, whatever government might look like in the future, is where is that next funding going to come for, so that we can deliver our priorities that I've mentioned in the local industrial strategy. So I hope that answers some of your questions. If there is a follow-up.
All right, Dan, does that give a... There's plenty of stuff to read about LEPs. If you would like some bedtime reading, we can furnish it to you. Right, Rosita.
Hello, welcome, gentlemen. Nice to see you. I would like to talk about golden thread. Now, you mentioned a couple of things. One of the criteria is geographical and boundary overlap, and you talked about your criteria for awarding funding and how you set it. So my first question is, how do you ensure a fair geographical spread of your funding allocations? In particular, Terry talks about choose Colville. Terry might say buy Blaby, I say love Lutterworth. So at the end of the day, there needs to be a fair geographical spread to enable an economic growth equally and fairly across the Leicestershire area. Question number 2, you then talk about the delivery of Myra being complete, yet as an enterprise zone, it's still there until 2042. So once that is complete, is the LEP going to focus on creating a new enterprise zone to do exactly that, ensure a fairer geographical spread, go with where development is, etc., etc.? Now, my next point is one of the strands of the, whatever it's called, industrial strategy, it's an ageing society. Now, the ageing society needs special care. There's social care, there's specialist housing, there's transport, there are lots of things. Now, in order to achieve that, there needs to be an awful lot of partnership work for the LEP, who's built on economies, to work with other partners to understand what the future need is. So how do you address that?
Okay, I think
now, hang on, one more.
You've got
one
quite
more.
a bit there.
No, one
could
more.
we let
Because
let
this
the officers
is,
have a go at answering this?
But I'm getting to somewhere.
Well.
So I'm almost there. So, and you say that we need to address also attracting high-spec jobs. So maybe because there is the emphasis, and I'm almost done, too much emphasis on providing warehouses. So what are we doing to attract our knowledge-based industry? Because all of this must be the fundamental basis of the industrial strategy in order for us to attract that, to meet those needs. It also needs to be very, very robust and look at rural areas. So how do you put all of that together? And that's my golden thread.
Right. Nick, you want to have a go?
On the geographical spread, we are very, very lucky that we are just Leicester and Leicestershire. So the geographic spread is Leicester and Leicestershire. If you're in D2N2, it could be Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire, so it's even more difficult. I always remember when I'm at the LEP not to forget the rural areas. I'm always saying that, and some of them find it a bit annoying, but the money from the LEP needs to go to help areas where there is not, where the economic development isn't quite so fast. Now, you're lucky in one way, unlucky in another, that you've got a really fast-growing area and don't necessarily need much help on economic development. We've helped with the offices down there at the Harbour District Council with LEP money have built, what are they, the business park thing. So you've had some money for that. But money from a LEP really needs to go, so we're building units in Colville, small units where it needs help. So in a way you are disadvantaged, but you are still part of Leicester and Leicestershire. You've not got to give something to Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire. So in a way you're okay.
So what you're saying
okay
is
with
it's
that.
evidence-based?
It needs to be evidence-based, yes. So
It's not like we all sit round the table and think, well, it'd be nice to give a bit to Loughborough, and
well,
if we give some to Loughborough...
You just can't do that.
Right, I think that's the clarity, that's the concern that comes out, that, you know, it all seems to go to the city, or it all seems to go to Loughborough, and we just want some reassurance that this is being led by what you've really been describing, Nick, which is obviously Harborough has a very good... There isn't any employment that one is aware of, except that has to have an influence on the strategy.
The thing on the enterprise zones, we are very, very lucky that we've got two main ones, but Loughborough it's like two, so you've got Lucep and Charnwood. In the city you've got like Waterside and the Science and the Space Centre. We are very, very lucky to have those. In my view, the one that will generate us the big money going forward will be Lucep.
Right, who wants to reassure Rosita on any of the other points?
Yeah, I mean, again, I flick back to the slide. It's about where there's the economic value. So we go through a fairly robust process. So every project has to demonstrate the economic case through developing a business case. So and that is appraised by the Treasury's Green Book principles. So it's not just slicing up the cake so everyone feels that they've got their share. It's making a case. So we talked about the Harborough. I mean, we allocated £3 million for the mainline station improvements, only because that levered in D2N2 funding and Sheffield City Region funding. So the LEPs put in 13 million, which meant that Network Rail put their £45 million in it. So I think where there's an economic value...
We welcome that. The only downside of that is that we're still going to have diesel trains, which are not good for the environment. It was meant to be electrified. So if you can open any doors with Mr. Grayling on that, we'd be very grateful.
Yeah, totally agree. And I suppose it just links a little bit back to the former question about the sort of the role of the LEP is to unlock strategic sort of big picture stuff. So I know there are a number of projects in here, but actually the overall fundamental point is about how will Leicestershire as a whole benefit, and what do we need to unlock? So the Harborough stuff is a classic on that, because actually it benefits Loughborough, it benefits right through to Sheffield, and eventually we are lobbying quite hard, obviously, electrification as well. I suppose the issue of the ageing society is really an interesting one, because actually this is where it does need to all join up, because actually this is specifically an industrial strategy. So what are the impacts of an ageing society on Leicestershire? I can't remember the exact figures, but it leaves us with a shortfall in number of work. You know, if we all do retire at 65, you know, it leaves us with a shortfall in the number of workers. So that full employment then becomes a slightly different issue, in that there's going to be fewer of us working, while there are more elderly around. So what impact does that have on the economy? Well, actually, it can be both. At the moment, the silver pound is worth a bit, so therefore there's an economic benefit for that. But actually, as the next generation comes through, there's probably actually a little less discretionary spend amongst pensioners, and so there's another challenge. So I suppose it's for us to think 10 years ahead all the time. So by 2030, I think, is it 35% of people will be over 65 in the population? So we have to think very differently about what the Leicestershire economy looks like. And that then links back to things like the National Forest, because actually the reality is that it's a leisure spend and it's a change in emphasis. And, you know, you've all seen it, I've seen it, I'm getting to that age where coffee shop trips to garden centres is, you know, they didn't exist 15 years ago, but it is a different generation, a different spend, different way of maintaining businesses. So we just got to be smart about what that looks like.
Evidence gathering, you work with your other partners like social care and whatever in order to get that golden thread, to work it through from work.
Absolutely, and that's what I think the strength of what was mentioned before is that the partnership is both the local authorities, obviously the private sector, the voluntary sector are included in that, so that comes through there. But also our universities, they're fundamental in providing this evidence base. Mm-hmm. So I've never seen so many sets of data in my life in terms of how we put this industrial strategy together. And unfortunately, Mandeep didn't give you that presentation, because there's about 40 slides sort of that segments both the population and obviously the geography of the county. But I can assure you that we go into a great deal
deal of depth to get that.
So can you answer me, in your opinion, how robust do you think your industrial strategy is? And you've also mentioned earlier on that you're on wave 2, you're submitting it. So what has been your consultation process from the partners? Because this is the first time, it's come here to us. So what's been the process, and how robust do you think it is, and how sustainable do you think it is?
Yeah, certainly from a consultation, all the key stakeholders are represented at the board level, right through the governance of the LEP, through programme board, executive, whether it's officers or members. What we've deliberately not done at this stage is go to a formal public consultation on the emerging priorities. Now, the key reason for that is, A, is it relevant given the advice that government have given us around what the purpose of this document is. So from a strategic perspective, all the interest that we'd expect to have a conversation with, we're having at board level. So universities, colleges, local authorities, etc. There will be a formal consultation once we've got past the kind of government right round. So once we've had a consultation with government about what they would support, what they might not support, because it's a joint document, we will have a wider consultation with partners. But throughout the process in developing the evidence base, we've been consulting. When we submitted our prospectus last year, it was based on 5 sectors. We had 5 roundtable discussions with industry leaders, and all partners, again, and sectors were represented. But we've deliberately not gone out for a full consultation at this stage, because it's really for the partnership to shape what it wants to do and then test it with people.
So yeah, we've done all that, but actually one of the things that we've brought as a board, not myself, give credit to somebody else, is actually one of the things we suddenly realised is missing is that we're talking about the economy in 2030. Actually, it's people like my kids who are going to be the driver of that. So we're trying to put together a youth panel and trying to dig as deep as possible just to try and understand what it is that young people want. The World Economic Forum figures show that 65% of, children in year 6 at the moment, 65% of them will be in jobs that don't currently exist. So actually, my daughter might want to be a YouTuber. That wasn't possible 10 years ago. So how are we responding to the next generation, not just doing more of the same? So hopefully being quite innovative. There's been lots of consultation, as you can imagine. How that then gets through to the public or others, it's a constant, you know what it's like. You've been involved in local authorities for a long time. That's very difficult sometimes to get the public engaged in formal consultations, but we're going to try and do it in different ways by taking it out to people rather than waiting for them to come onto our website or to come to some of the meetings that we set up. So we've got the Enterprise Advisors Network is a great way to make sure that we've got people in schools and can ask some of these fundamental questions about actually what should the economy look like in 2030. Hopefully I won't be part of it.
Okay, thanks for that. Right, I've got Peter Bedford, and then we need to bring it to a close.
Just a really brief question. Looking at the structure, do you believe you've got the right skills mix in terms of your board and employees in terms of taking this forward? Obviously, you've got a lot of council, political representatives, voluntary representatives. There are some business people on there, but I would say that having key successful business stakeholders involved is going to be key to driving success. So I just want to get your thoughts on that.
One of the things we haven't got on there is enough females, that's for sure. I mean, we've only got, as far as I'm aware, we've only got Karen from the airport, haven't we?
We've got Karen, Emma and Verity. So we have a target to meet by next year to get third.
But we do try, when we look for board members, but it is hard to get people to come forward. I mean, we're lucky to get people like Andy come forward and that, because it's like you work for Severn Trent. If you're a main director and you're young, you've got to give up time to come to it, and often you're on other things as well. We don't particularly refuse anyone. We have a process when we get applicants, but I can honestly say I don't think we've ever been deluged with applicants, have we, Mandip?
I think at the moment it's probably one of the strongest boards we've had in terms of...
We've just recruited, for instance, Nick Konechka from Loughborough, who's a real big businessman and a big player nationally and incredibly well connected. So it's been a real coup to get him on. But we do, I mean, Andy will comment because he obviously applied and is now vice chairman.
Yeah, as you probably saw from the structure, is there has to be a majority of private sector, and particularly with the new board, that sort of changes that even further. So it's private sector led. there is good quality of people. We've had a bit of people from Chief Executive of the Space Centre, Chief Executive of East Midlands Airport. We've had previous Chief Executive of Myra. Nick Katesha has just come on board and has been a real influential player already. So part of the process is to try and continually do that. So looking for skill sets, as you say, rather than necessarily just the right people at the right time and just being available. But we can always strengthen that. And actually, I know when we, if I'm being really honest, when we were trying to recruit for the chair, we're great that Kevin was able to step forward. But, you know, as you say, we weren't deluged with people because actually the time commitment, that's why I thought I wouldn't mind being vice chair. But of course, yeah, it's like everything else, isn't it? I mean, this promises only 1 or 2 things a month. It's about the 6th thing this month already, you know, it's about my time. I don't mind, but actually that's quite a commitment unless you happen to be at a fortunate part in your career where you know, I sort of run my own business, so I can take the time off without having to tell anybody, but this is, that's difficult to get the right calibre of the right person. So anything anybody can do to help us to ensure that the quality of those people comes through, and also just to make sure that we represent the diverse businesses across the county. So it is great we've got big businesses, but also those micro businesses are important to be seen on the board as well, and just to hear their voice. I have to admit, I'm always impressed by the level of the discourse at board and the sort of the things that come forward and the experiences that people have. So I'm quite confident going forward. We're in a good place.
Also remember, it's completely unpaid. So when he's here, he's not earning money for himself. You know, there's nobody paying him. So you've got that problem. And also, when you talk about diversity of people and their jobs, we really should be diverse to represent the population that we are. I mean, we try quite hard at the fire service, as you know, and it is very, very difficult. But we do try, and we do recognise some of the things that we've got to try and achieve.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank you for your presentation this afternoon and for answering our questions quite openly. And I think we have a better understanding now of your role. I think there is some uncertainty about the future, particularly in relation to the funding streams that you identified and not knowing what's going to happen to some funding streams. But we would certainly welcome you coming back in perhaps a year's time when hopefully things might be a bit clearer for the future. But thank you very much for coming today.
There is one good thing about LEPs. The future of LEPs is secure in principle because it is a Tory policy and a Labour policy that LEPs are the future. So at least we've not got the risk of them suddenly changing because of elections, like when we all worked hard for years to
I think you're
really
being very presumptuous in the present climate to think that either of those parties will be involved in government in the future. I say that with some experience.
Thank you, Simon.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll close that session and we'll just move briefly on to the last item this afternoon, which is our overview and scrutiny annual report, which I assume you have all read. Really, we present this to Council every year to try and ensure that all members of the wider Council have a view of what Scrutiny's been doing, the key issues, the people involved, but it's also there for public to look at. Unfortunately, I suspect not many members of the public read it, but it is there, it is published on the website, and as I say, it will be presented to Council at the next meeting. If members have got any other questions, we've tried to do this more collaboratively to involve the chairs of the scrutiny committees in that process and to ensure, you know, it's just a high-level view of the work of scrutiny in the Council over the last 12 months. Kevin.
Yeah, so as you can imagine, I managed to find a typo. It's on page 173, review of highway gully cleansing, 3rd line down, we have contactors, not contractors. All right, but that's not really the point. I mean, that's fine, we just happened to spot that one. The biggest point I want to mention, I know why it's been written this way, it's just I'm wondering whether this is the best way of writing it. And this is now on page 166 towards the bottom, which is to do with our discussions on the unitary structure. And the penultimate paragraph on there talks about general agreement, if it was going to be pursued, a single unitary council would make most sense financially, blah, blah, blah. Then, of course, we have the last sentence, which I think was only one a group, as opposed to not expressed by all members. I just wonder if that paragraph's necessary, that line rather is necessary. I know what it's about. I know it was them two over there.
You've lost me now.
That one, the last sentence. I know we did.
Before in the report.
We did, but I'm just wondering if this will have more public perception. I don't know. I'm just thinking or whether it was a minority view or one group only expressed it. The way it reads, it could be, 52-48, which seems to be these days the most. Ever you get a ballot, and I think it's always 52-48, isn't it? Well, it wasn't. It was everybody apart from two.
What was?
The view was not expressed by all members.
I think the point is that in overall terms, we weren't expressing a view.
This is
we
true.
were taking evidence and we were coming up with a range of matters that would need to be looked at in more detail or resolved or clarified were it to happen. We did not take a view as a commission on whether it was a good thing or a bad thing.
Quite. So should that sentence be in then?
That's the other option would be to.
If we're not expressing any views, that sentence isn't necessary. Because it says earlier there was general agreement. There was general agreement. It wasn't specific. We didn't have a vote.
I don't actually recall there being general agreement. There was general disagreement in the single
Well, I don't know. I think it was general agreement.
Had there been a vote, I think it would have gone again.
It might have done.
Well, perhaps then it ought to say then that the commission did not express a view in for or against.
That'd be better. Yeah. I think that's fine.
Right, Rosemary?
If the legal
As a
people
matter
are
of
happy.
clarity.
Right. I'd be happy with that. I mean, I know it's been discussed before, but
So Rosemary's point, which is quite well made, is that we've done this.
Yeah.
We've put this. We've sent our report to the cabinet.
Yeah.
Do we now want to change what we said
I'm just
previously?
saying,
Because
how many people read cabinet member papers out in the public? And how many
it
might
then
read
says
this?
that we revisited and actually we changed something that we've already said.
I'm
This
easy
is meant
either
to be
way,
a
it's
record
just-
of what we've done,
Yeah, true. But, well,
which suggests that we leave it.
I may not get another.
Okay.
There you go.
Is that
No
you?
problems. Fine.
Okay, Kevin.
Yep,
Right.
happy with that. Happy with that.
Terry Iron.
Very quickly,
No, it's
Chair,
good report.
I'm
Excellent report.
very happy with the report and most happy with Section 8, where we have made it clear that following the declaration of a climate change emergency, we will be considering the environmental implications of all policies put forward. And I do think that there is a lot of public interest in this. There may not be in much of the document, but I think that there is a huge public interest in the climate change emergency. And I hope that through our communications with the public, we'll be making it clear that we're interested in their views. They will be the best people to help us, many of them, to scrutinise these policies with these things in mind.
Yeah, I agree entirely, and we need to have a discussion about how scrutiny can best facilitate that. So is it the traditional way where it's through a committee system and we invite, or do we want something a bit more, less formal, perhaps some open sessions where people could come along, and perhaps people will find that sitting up there a bit off-putting. There must be other ways of doing this, and we need some help and advice on the best way to get people involved. And finally, it may be that we need to go out to this building and do it, and go to communities rather than expect everyone to come here. Those are just my thoughts, and we do need to give it some point how to try and engage, because there's always a criticism of the way consultations are carried out and so on. So let's try and get this one as good as we can. Okay. Is that your observation? Yep. Rosie, last word to you.
Yes. As Simon will be presenting it at the next full council, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Simon and all the chairmen and all the members of the committees, because as you can see quite clearly in how many reports, how many witnesses and how many hours of debate has gone into this report. So I think it has really been quite a lot of work. I also like to thank the officers, because they have had quite a lot of work to do and pulling it all together for us. And I was wondering if Rosemary can maybe send a link or as an email attachment to all members of the council prior to the full council, because an email attachment can be circulated to our parish councils and to other members and our districts, so that gives us a slight bit of wider distribution. So all I'd like to say is thank you.
You're asking for a link to be sent to members so that members can share the report
Yes.
in electronic
Yes.
format.
Yes.
So that's there with the...
To all members
That's a
of
link.
the council, because they're not just staff.
Will it appear on that weekly hub? Put it on the weekly hub.
Yeah.
Weekly digest.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it can be circulated.
All
Thank
right.
you.
If there's no other comments, we agree that we endorse this report and send it to full council. Okay. Can I thank you very much for your attendance? Sorry it's been such a long meeting, but we've got the business done and we won't be meeting again till September. Thank you very much.